Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. For some reason or another, Mr. Collins,
I just had a little, my apologies, Council President.
go back to the statement, please. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this special meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, and filed in the City Clerk's office. Formal action will be taken. The purpose of this special meeting is for the second reading and public hearing of this ordinance 21-017. Mr. Collins, before you call the roll, I would just like to add to this statement that because we're expecting very large input from the public, we will give everyone 3 minutes for their public comment, because we will be having many public forums on this particular ordinance 21-017. You may call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. I'll now call the roll for the council. Mr. Blakely.
Present.
Ms. Colwell-Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison.
Yes. Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Michel.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn has been marked absent. Council President McBride.
Present.
Council President, we have a quorum. Would you like me to call the roll for the directors, or would you like to?
Yes, please call the roll for the directors.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cherry.
Present.
Mr. Liston. Mr. Bridges.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wilson.
Present.
Director Douglas or Chief Mazior?
Chief Maziarz is present.
Thank you, sir. Director Delisle. Director Lopez.
Good afternoon. I'm present.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Onatieri. Director Richardson. Director Lavenberg. Mr. Zielinski. Council President, the roll has been called. Would you like to proceed?
Yes, you may.
If we could all bow our heads for an invocation, appreciate it. Lord, we ask that you give us special guidance during this special meeting to make the proper decisions and give this council the wisdom to do what it has to do. We thank you and we pray for our city. Amen. We could all rise for a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council President, the next item on the agenda is unfinished business ordinance, second reading and public hearing. Would you like me to proceed?
Please, sir.
I now declare open a public hearing for ordinance 21-017, an ordinance repealing and replacing the revised general ordinances of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, New Jersey, Chapter 146, licensing, Article 9, cannabis licensing, amending Chapter 268, taxation, Article 7, cannabis transfer tax, the amendment of various redevelopment plans, and the land development ordinance. Council President, would you like to open the floor to the public for public comment?
Yes, please, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Council President.
President McBride.
Yes.
Is this the proper time to offer an amendment to the document, to the ordinance?
No, it's not, sir. Councilman, this is the time for the public to address the ordinance before it's placed on the books as it is. Thank you.
President McBride, will there be an opportunity for me to add during this meeting an amendment to the ordinance?
I can't hear you.
The member asked if there would be an opportunity during the meeting for him to proffer an amendment to the ordinance, to offer an amendment to the ordinance.
Yes. Is Mr. Colosi on this line?
He is, ma'am.
Okay, I didn't hear you call him.
My apologies, that was my oversight. I do actually have to add to the roll call.
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Colosi. So
Okay, thank you, Council President.
we're going to hear from the public first because this is the second reading and this is for the public. So we're going to hear from the public first. And so, Mr. Collin, if you could see if the public is ready to participate. And there, Mr. Collin.
Yes, ma'am.
I had already announced that there will be a 3-minute. I anticipate a large number of people from the public wanting to make comments, and so we're going to limit this to 3 minutes because we should have a large number. I can't see the actual number here, but we'll keep this at 3 minutes for the public, and so please call the public, and I would appreciate it if the public and any council members on this call and any directors would allow the participants to speak and not interrupt and not have any background noise during anyone else's comments. Thank you so much. Mr. Collin, we may continue.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Council President has announced a 3-minute rule for the limitation of public comment. If you could stick to that 3 minutes. First, Council President, we have Mr. Leo Bridgewater.
All righty, and just check to see if our councilwoman has arrived. Councilwoman from the West.
I'll keep an eye on it, ma'am. Councilmember Vaughn has not yet arrived.
All righty, thank you so much.
Mr. Bridgewater, you have been acknowledged, sir.
Am I still waiting for Council Vaughn or?
No. You have the floor.
We're proceeding.
Okay, I didn't want to overstep my bounds.
And I do hear Councilwoman Vaughn in the background. She has arrived.
Thank you. Members of the City Council, administration, I thank you for allowing me this time to speak on such an important topic here for this. I would like to first suggest to the City Council to please reconsider the ordinance and going back to the original ordinance is allowing for at least 10 businesses and opening up the downtown area. As at the last meeting, I explained that I felt that there was a particular type of tone deafness that was being displayed by some members of the City Council, giving the ideas or their thoughts on their outlook on what this industry means for the city. I've heard mischaracterizations like terms like druggies and gateway drug and all those things are indicators as to where those members are in their fundamental understanding of this plant and this industry. By limiting the number of businesses that are allowed to operate within the city, you are also limiting the number of opportunities for the city to collect revenue and also job creation, which historically has been an issue when it comes to the city of Trenton, we keep shooting ourselves in the foot. This is a one-time. There will never be another end of prohibition on cannabis again. The city of Trenton has a number of subject matter experts that live within the city that can offer their assistance and guidance to the city council and the committee that will be overseeing the approval of host community agreements or letters of support. So please, city council, members of the city council, I beg of you to please reconsider and adopt the original ordinance with 10 businesses and opening up the downtown area. The thought of druggies and addicts and all that stuff is not even backed by science. And I thank you for this time, and I hope you take these words into serious consideration. Not to mention, a lot of the people in the city of Trenton are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, Council President. Next, we have Mary Horn.
Go right ahead, Ms. Horn. You have the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Thank you. I don't agree that more is merrier. Having cannabis in the city of Trenton in general, we're an urban city, we're not rural. And even in the rural towns, the smell that comes from it, expands for miles. So having said that too, it affects our children, our parks.
On mute, I think. No, I'm on mute.
Hello?
No, you're not. No, excuse me, Ms. Horn. Wait a minute, Ms. Horn. I've asked everyone that is not speaking to please mute themselves. I apologize to you, Ms. Horn. You may continue.
No worries. It affects churches. You can't go any square mile where there's not a church, a park, or schools, or children gather. And as far as jobs, in the industry, you would have to have an extensive background check. And please don't take this out of context, anybody. I'm not saying that everybody's not going to pass the background check. I'm not saying that. It's extensive. You would have to have a clean driver's record, and you'd have to have a background check to make sure that you don't have any criminal history. And having said that, just to add to that is that we don't have any regulations here in the state of New Jersey. Not that I believe if I'm wrong, then I apologize for that, but I haven't seen any where they're regulated to say the do's and don'ts and what it entails and what it doesn't entail as far as jobs are concerned. You know, some states that are already regulated, you may can get a job 18, 19, it's very rare, and they said 21 is the starting point. But even at that said, in most of the jobs, you would have to have some kind of background, horticultural, growing, gardening, or some kind of background in bio. It all depends on what the job states, what's required of the job. And if you are a person that works at the counter distributing buds, you would certainly have to have some type of extensive training for that, because people rely on you to recommend the right cannabis for their ailments.
30 seconds.
So for those reasons, for those reasons, I apologize. For those reasons, I vote no for that. That's a definitely no. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Council President, next we have Mr. Dan Fatton.
Go right ahead, Mr. Fadden.
Thank you, Council. First of all, thank you for hearing the ordinance and providing a chance for public feedback. I come to you today as a resident of the North Ward, which contains our downtown district, and also as chair of the planning board. As you know, we communicated to you about 2 public meetings that the planning board heard on this issue. We had dozens of public comments, I would say exceeding 50 folks in each meeting that we held in May and July. And the idea of excluding the downtown was never expressed by any of the participants in those hearings. I think In my view, the master plan would support directing economic development into our downtown core. This is an opportunity for us to get this right. So I appreciate that you're hearing this ordinance. I think there are some really good elements here. I think there's community oversight. There's the opportunity to generate tax revenue. There's some good elements. But I really hope you'll consider amending the ordinance to allow dispensaries and licensing in the downtown district. Having visited legal recreational cannabis dispensaries in California, Colorado, Boston, and Canada, I can tell you that there are a variety of types of dispensary, but many are it's like a pharmacy. You're walking into a CVS essentially, and there's going to be benefits to having additional businesses in our downtown core. When I was just in Massachusetts, outside of the dispensary, there's a concierge who's out there checking IDs, answering questions, and serving as eyes on the street to right outside of the facility. I think that would be a good thing for our downtown. And so I appreciate that you're having this hearing. I appreciate that this ordinance is mostly in line with the original draft that the planning board heard, but I really strongly hope you will consider adding the downtown district as a viable option for the future and not precluding it for the next 5 years, which I think would be a big mistake and not in line with what we heard from the community when we had public hearings over the last several months. I agree with Mr. Bridgewater about allowing more licensing, but the bigger issue to me is the limitation in downtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Appreciate you.
Thank you for catching yourself. Council President, next we have Jared Witt.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Witt.
There you go. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here. I'm an attorney. I represent 110 South Warren Street, LLC, which is the entity which owns the property at 110 to 114 South Warren Street. And they are a designated redeveloper. For many of the reasons that have previously been stated here and in public, we strongly ask that the council reconsider this amendment and allow for licenses in the downtown business district. Specifically as a retail business driver, we want to stress our belief that cannabis will not compete with other eating or drinking establishments or shopping or self-care or other businesses which drive people downtown. But it will drive people downtown to patronize those locations. And in fact, this once in a lifetime opportunity that's being provided to, the city to have these licenses is really, the exact activity that has, historically been directed to other communities as part of discriminatory policies, which have hindered economic development in our inner cities. My client and other designated redevelopers, have entered into their redevelopment agreements with the understanding that, the city would support their efforts to redevelop their properties and make them and the neighborhoods around them economically viable. And we feel that not permitting this, economic activity within the downtown business district is really acting against that and against their interests in that respect. Generally, we also look at all of the positive activity that's could come from this, and all of the and that we're at the cusp of many good things in the downtown business district with some of the businesses that are ready to open that would look very favorably upon the opportunities that cannabis licensing has down there. So we urge the council to reconsider and allow for more licenses and for licensing of the cannabis businesses in the downtown business district. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Go right ahead, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next we have Tracy Sfax.
Ms. Sykes? Did you say Sykes?
I believe it's SFAX, SYPHA.
Oh, Syfax. Syfax. Go right ahead, Mr. Syfax.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you,
Sure.
Council. Thank you, City Clerk, for the opportunity to speak. So many things I want to say, but I just want to say real quick that I want to make sure that, as a Trenton resident, as someone who has been in this city, a businessman in the city for 27 years, someone who has been a victim of the failed war on drugs, I just want to offer my help to Council to help them to make sure that we're making the right decisions, business-wise, and what's best for us in this community. So I want to first offer my help to Council to help them in this area. Let me just first talk about the economic opportunities. And first, let me just say, as a businessman, I travel around the country. I visit some of these dispensaries. This is nothing like we're saying it is. This gateway drugs, druggies hanging out. This is just not the case. So I just want to make sure that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot once again and missing out on these economic opportunities that's going to derive from these taxes. 70% of these taxes are going to go back to impacted communities. Let me remind Council, we are that impacted community. Councilwoman President, as you know, the war on drugs has devastated our community. When we look at West Trenton, when we look at Hermitage Avenue, that is a direct result of the war on drugs. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We're never going to set this industry up again here in this city or in this country. We have a lifetime opportunity to be able to benefit from this drug and be able to have this economic boom in our community. So when we look at these opportunities, it seems like the same tactics that the government used to lock us up, we're using that same tactics to lock ourselves out of economic opportunity. So once again, I ask and I implore the council to go back to the mayor's proposal of having the 10 operators here in the city of Trenton. And for sure, we must include the downtown area of the city of Trenton, an area that for the past 3 decades has done nothing but struggle. This is a great opportunity. I'm here to help this council. I'm here to help this community to make sure that we do the right thing and make the right decisions. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Syfax. You may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Next, Council President, we have you, Giordano.
Go right ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Council President, my name is Hugh Giordano. I attended the last meeting. I am a union representative for the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, UFCW. Again, the UFCW is a national labor union of 1.3 million hardworking families, and we are the official labor union under the guise of the AFL-CIO that represents cannabis workers, both medical and adult use from seed to sale. First, I want to voice our support for the local citizens, the working class people, and the business owners who are asking for more facilities to be opened in the downtown area. Without a doubt, more jobs are needed in Trenton, and the people of Trenton deserve it, and the union, the UFCW, supports that. On top of that, we have a concern with this ordinance because there's no doubt in our mind that this ordinance was based off other ordinances in the state, such as the City of Bayonne and the merit-based system, and there's no doubt that the labor provisions of protecting workers' rights was taken out of this ordinance. There is nothing in this ordinance that protects the workers. Creating jobs is not enough for the people of Trenton. Creating jobs is not enough for the people that live paycheck to paycheck each week. It has to be good careers. It has to be union careers that come with a living wage, with health care, sick time, vacation, paternity leave, retirement, training, education, and basic safety on the job. The way that it's written now does not provide 1 ounce of workers' protections. And we're asking on behalf of the UFCW and the AFL-CIO and the New Jersey Building Trades that an amendment be added, just like the City of Bayonne, just like Bass River, just like Montclair did, just like Highland Park did, to put labor provisions in the Trenton ordinance to protect workers' rights to form and join a union without harassment, threats, or termination. The state has made it very clear that social equity, economic justice, and workers' rights are the same conversation. So how are we still having this conversation in a working class urban area of people of color, of immigrants, and there's no workers' rights provisions within this ordinance. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And we believe that it was deliberately taken out. It was deliberately taken out, and we want to know why. As one of the largest private sector unions in North America, we want to know why workers were not put first in Trenton, why the working poor were not put first, why women and minorities and immigrants were not put first. By not having labor provisions like the city of Bayonne, like Montclair, like Bass River, like Highland Park, you are doing a disservice to working people, period, directly to the working class people. So we do not support this ordinance the way it's written. It does not do enough to create good careers, and it does not do enough to protect working people. And we ask for labor provisions to be put into the ordinance. And we ask someone on this council to have the courage to stand up for working people to do that today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next,
Mr. Collins, you may continue.
next Council President, we have D.L. Williams.
Go right ahead, Ms. Williams.
Hello, hi. Thank everybody for having me today. I feel like this is special for me because I directly have been affected by the war on drugs, or so forth, as early in my life. When I first turned 21, I got arrested. I received a felony for something that's legal today. I received a felony that kept me from getting jobs, that kept me from joining the cannabis industry. Quick 30 seconds. I ended up going to Oregon and starting working for a cannabis company there firsthand. Dispensaries, deliveries, they offer a high level of regulations, but they find a way to make it happen for everyone in the community to benefit from it. You can go there now, move in, get a permit, get a job within the industry, and within a few years, be able to start your own successful cannabis business in Oregon. And with no high crime, we do know Oregon takes drastic measures to change things, but firsthand, I've been there, I lived there, and I've done it. Secondly, I also spent a lot of time working downtown. As funny to say, I managed the New Jersey Weed Man's restaurant for some years now. And I saw the direct effect that he had on the community. He brought a lot of people together. He gathered just strictly off the cannabis promotion, I want to say, or just being able to fight for the rights for people for cannabis. They gravitated toward him, and it shows you how much the public wants this to happen. And downtown being a safe place is one of the safest places. Yes, it's surrounded by a city that has a lot going on, but believe it or not, it's safe as motor vehicles. You know, you have taxation, you have all these places that people go constantly, so it's a lot of traffic. There's more drug use there now than there's going to be when you do add the dispensary, because there's going to be more people who are working people who come and can actually report a crime. If they see it, then they say, okay, look what's going on over here, and then maybe something can be done. But no one's there, no one sees what's going on those streets, on the corners, on those alleyways. So downtown can still be viable. I totally agree. I pray you guys relook at the issue, and just, if you don't do anything, meet us halfway. You know, okay, you don't want to do 10, meet us halfway. And we're just hoping we can get something going there. Social equity, I'm big on that because, again, I was affected by the war. And again, I implore you guys to just look at it again. Thank you again for having me. I appreciate the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Council President. We have Harry Chapman.
Pardon me?
We have Harry Chapman.
Thank you, Madam President and Council. I've been a city resident since 1972. I'm a homeowner, and I believe that the downtown area would be a better area to have cannabis shops. First of all, let me dispel some of the myths about cannabis. When you have a cannabis shop, that is the only product available at a cannabis shop. When somebody has to buy cannabis from a street dealer, they have access to every drug known to man. This would put an end to the temptation that some people would have to try some of these other drugs. By having a place downtown, it's a safer area, and as somebody, I have actually been using cannabis since probably 1968. I don't use it all the time. I use it mostly at nighttime to relax. I had a job I worked at for 37 years. I retired from. I have an excellent credit rating, so it hasn't affected me personally. And having a place downtown, I think, would and having at least 10 cannabis dealers would definitely help with some of our street crime, and it could even possibly help lower some of our murder rate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Council President, next we have Austin Edwards.
Yes, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just making sure that you can hear me.
She can.
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Just going to be very brief with you today as a Trenton native and a current Mill Hill resident. I'm not going to add much to the conversation that hasn't already been said. I try to be the lawyer who actually knows when to stop talking. I know I'm no expert in this field. However, I've listened to the experts, and they all generally say the same thing. I agree with the planning board, the experts in the cannabis business. Mr. Bridgewater spoke earlier. I saw Jazzy Edwards, of who I have no relation, in the meeting as well. Local business leaders. They're all echoing the benefits cannabis will offer to the residents, different job opportunities, economic benefits to the entire city. I don't think we should let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity pass us by. Public sentiment as a whole generally seems to favor, having 10 cannabis businesses, with them being located, some of them being located in downtown as well. There was, just one or two people I know on this phone call who said that they were against the idea, but generally, like I said before, the experts and the evidence tend to lend support to having more cannabis businesses in the area and especially in downtown. So again, I promise to keep it short, just urging council to amend the ordinance to allow 10 cannabis businesses and not precluding downtown from taking advantage of this emerging field. Thank you all for hearing me out.
Thank you, sir.
Council President, next we have Sherry Garrett.
Go right ahead, Ms. Garrett.
Thank you, Council President, and all the, hopefully, residents of the city of Trenton who was on this call, to allow me to speak. The effects of cannabis, I've heard this and we've been hearing this, but it's a shame that people in urban areas have been victimized and criminalized about marijuana, and it shows the contradiction in here where the country needs money from the federal to the state level to the county to the local level, and now we want to legalize it. And we here in Trenton have a crime issue, and I have not heard, none of the folks spoke about the crime issue. Okay, I'm hearing all this great stuff like we always do. We've had, council, a lot of us have come to council, prophesize how going along with the experts is going to benefit Trenton. And they went along with it because we are their constituents, and it wind up being the blame game, and we suffered, and we continue to suffer. Real quick, Trenton is not ready for this. If the suburbanites or people who live in the suburban area want these dispensaries, let them have them there. Right now, Trenton has a problem. We got a drug issue. We have violence issues. We don't need these dispensaries here in Trenton. We don't need to be criminalizing our race. So meaning, or the people who live in Trenton. So we bring we open up these dispensaries, and then all of a sudden the law changed because the crime escalates. And who's the one who's going to get hit first? The folks in Trenton. As far as the revenue, if these dispensaries, if we decide to go with this, I like to know, are they willing to contribute 30 to 40% of their revenue to the police budget? Okay, so if crime starts escalating and it puts a demand on our budget, because our police budget and our firefighter budget is very, very fat, okay? And I like to know if they're willing to put that as one of the provisions in this ordinance, that 30 to 40% of your revenue goes to the police budget, to pay our police budget. And another thing, 2% of that tax is only 2% of tax revenue and license fees. And what is a licensing fee? And jobs. This is not going to create any jobs, because most of these people on here trying to push this is only going to hire people from outside. And then you're only going to pay the people, if you do hire the people in Trenton, maybe $10 an hour and give them part-time hours. This is not working. We don't need it. Cancel it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go right ahead, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, Council President, and I'm going to move her up because she got disconnected, Ms. Jassy Edwards.
Go right ahead, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Dear City Council and residents of Trenton, as municipalities from all over the state of New Jersey look to opt in or opt out of having cannabis businesses being legally licensed to operate within its jurisdiction, we believe that the City of Trenton and its residents would benefit from opting into cannabis businesses. Cities that invested in community-based cannabis strategies are experiencing decreases in violent crimes, an increase in employment rates, as well as surges in tax revenue. This shift away from cannabis prohibition that centers on racism and law enforcement tactics that lead toward nonviolent cannabis arrests is a critical ingredient in reducing mass incarceration and healing our communities from trauma. What does opting in mean for Trenton? The City of Trenton has been identified as an impact zone, a city disproportionately affected by the cannabis arrest. This means Trenton residents have an opportunity to receive additional funding for their cannabis businesses. This also allows for expungements and employment opportunities to those who have been convicted of nonviolent cannabis charges. New Jersey is projected to be the second largest revenue generating state when it comes to cannabis legalization. Opting in allowed the City of Trenton and its residents to fully engage in this new multi-billion-dollar industry on all levels. Cultivating, dispensing, real estate, accounting, construction will all be adversely impacted. The addition of cannabis micro-licensing allows for more opportunities to own a cannabis license without the financial burden. The capital city of New Jersey is uniquely positioned to see a return to its tradition of industry and physical current. Trend makes, the world takes can be more than a slogan on a bridge or a remnant of a time long past. Trend can begin to rebuild itself with the revenue collected from the cannabis businesses located in the city through impact zone funds allocated by the state. Why Trend should not cap the industry? Putting a cap or limit on the amount of cannabis businesses in the city limits the social equity program opportunities provided by the state, caps the amount of jobs, the amount of revenue for the city and its residents. More importantly, it creates another barrier to entry for potential small cannabis businesses from getting into the industry. In regards to valid concerns of public safety, each cannabis location would provide their own security, and the impact zone funds would provide additional law enforcement in the areas in which they operate. For example, if a cannabis business were to open on Hermitage Avenue, the effect would be more public safety resources for the neighborhood because impact zone funding would go to that area. The police station on Hermitage Ave could be funded by the industry along with the revitalization efforts and more job opportunities for local residents. In the long run, legitimizing the cannabis industry would allow those in legacy market to open their own legitimate business, thus removing people from the streets and out of harm's way. Ultimately, as we learned from the prohibition on alcohol, with the closing of breweries, distilleries, and saloons came the elimination of thousands of jobs, and in turn, thousands of more jobs were eliminated to barrel makers, waiters, delivery companies, and other related trades. The same prohibition happened to cannabis and hemp industry, the elimination of thousands of jobs. After 84, thank you.
Issue of this ordinance, and I just wanted to weigh in a little bit, as I did with the Cannabis Regulatory Commission meetings, as an industry participant I operate a company. Our name is Smooth Roots. We have 2 dispensaries in Oregon. We also operate 2 farms, and we have 4 CBD stores in Pennsylvania, where I'm from originally. I was born in Pequannock, New Jersey, grew up in Pennsylvania, and like Mr. Williams, I moved to Oregon to get into the business and learn everything that's going on because of the exclusive medical marijuana programs in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. And one of my fears for ordinances like this is that we're taking a relatively failed medical marijuana program, which is very exclusive and open to pretty much strictly large multi-state operators who aren't even from the New Jersey or Pennsylvania area originally, and just giving it to these large companies who are backed by, big dollars, multi-millions of dollars, and they don't do much for the communities that they support. With ordinances that allow only 5 licenses in an area that has about 330,000 people, that leaves it open to these large companies to come in. Like, we operate a store in Lincoln City, Oregon, which has about 9,000 people in it. And we were the 11th dispensary that opened up last year. And of those 11 dispensaries in a town with only 9,000 people, each one is surviving very well and doing very well. And all the cannabis in the town brings an element of tourism and new people into the town itself, which also provides, the consumerism to the surrounding businesses and brings the people in town, which will help, like Mr. Williams was saying, you bring more people into town, and then the crime that some of these people talk about cannabis bringing, it does the exact opposite. And I just employ everybody from that line of thinking to look at these other places and look at these other states that institute these programs, because none of that actually ends up becoming true. And limiting the licenses to only 5 or even only 10 directly limits the economic potential that this new industry brings to an area like Trenton, which it does. There's really no arguing that. You only allow 5. You're only going to allow so many people to become employed, or local entrepreneurs who open up these businesses, as opposed to the large conglomerates that are already operating in 15 or so different states that have these medical and recreational marijuana programs. So I would, really urge the council to adopt the ordinances that are going to allow more. And just by listening to everybody on this call so far, it sounds like there's overwhelming support, and it would, adopting an ordinance that allows something like this seems to fly directly into the face of the constituents that are on the phone call.
Thank you.
Council President, next we have Ann LeBate.
Just go right ahead, Ms. LeBate.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to talk with you folks today. I live in South Trenton, and I have a business in the downtown, so I'm very familiar with kind of the dynamic of downtown. I think it's important on the question of downtown dispensaries to understand we really need to support our downtown businesses. And just as we know that the state, as the current anchor business that we have downtown, those employees do then support restaurants, hair salons, convenience shopping. This new business, certainly smaller, far smaller scale, needs to do the same. And I think if we put these out in more isolated areas where there are not those sort of amenities, people will simply hightail it out of town. We will not have gotten the benefit. And another angle or another thought, just as we know state government attracts other businesses that want to be with them, be it lobbyists, trade associations that want the proximity, this new industry of cannabis it offers an opportunity, which we really don't want to miss, to attract and to generate other ancillary businesses, be that people that want to help marketing, they want to help product development and, packaging, graphics and stuff related to the sale of the various products that dispensaries will sell. All of that is going to be a very new area of business. And to the extent that we have a cluster of activity that attracts more people doing that kind of work. The synergies that the folks in business look for, wanting proximity to people that they can do business with, shouldn't be ignored. I mean, it's just a really important aspect of building an economy is to recognize that the first industry may generate 5 jobs, but the ancillary businesses that want to be near them are many multiples of that. And if we simply put these in kind of isolated, remote sections of town, you're undercutting the ability to do that. Our downtown is where we should be coming together as a city, both to shop, to do business, but we need to support the downtown businesses and support the district for new business development. And this is a unique opportunity. There hasn't been a new business or a new industry of this sort in a long time. Yeah, we have to be careful how we do it, but we shouldn't miss the opportunity to build pedestrian traffic and synergies in our downtown business district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next,
You may
Council.
continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Micah Firing.
Go right ahead, Mr. Fearing.
We're on. Hi, my name is David Newton. I'm not Micah Firing, but I am on his computer at the moment. And Madam Council President, thank you for letting me offer my 2 cents regarding this issue. I am Roland Potts' partner, and we own together the development rights for 110 South Washington Street. The whole motivation, we made this investment long before any cannabis ordinance had been passed in the state. And we made this investment on the basis of the fact that South Warren Street has a beautiful streetscape, even though I believe in its current condition, it is underutilized. As most of you know, Starbucks located one of its 11 nationwide community stores on South Warren Street, which is directly next to 110 South Warren Street. And likewise, the Momo brothers of Terra Momo, who own 2 existing restaurants on Palmer Square in Princeton, have also bought the rights and the liquor license, I believe, to the Maxine's building. I myself managed for 20 years or so and leased Palmer Square. And my interest in life isn't specifically marijuana, but my interest is really creating and maintaining beautiful streetscapes. And as a way of bringing life and nightlife back to South Warren Street, I really felt that the ordinance regarding cannabis, all of a sudden you have a narrative. You have a narrative of Starbucks coffee. You have a narrative of an Italian restaurant in the Maxine space, and you have a narrative of a dispensary. Other than dealing with issues like other than dealing with the issue of the smoking of marijuana and the enjoyment that people can get out of it, I kind of envisioned that you have a tenant mix potential. I've even joked that I would call it Tranquility Alley as an adjunct to Warren Street. And I really would encourage the council to rethink this ordinance, and hopefully you will allow more dispensaries in the downtown area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Phil Charles.
Go right ahead, Mr. Charles.
Hi, how's it going, everyone? Thank you for having me, and thank you, everyone, for sharing their stories. My name is Phil Charles. I've been a lifelong resident of Trenton, New Jersey, and I first got involved in the cannabis industry back in 2013, and I've been heavily involved ever since. If anyone remembers, those were the Chris Christie days when cannabis wasn't popular. To see our fight and everything that we've done on the streets and in the activist world come down to 4 dispensaries, I think it's a huge detriment to the city of Trenton. Not only just limited to 4 dispensaries, but just limited to having dispensaries alone at all. Our motto is Trenton makes, the world takes. There's a lot going on in the cannabis space that I believe Ms. Labat touched on, ancillary and plant touch-in, where Trenton can go back into that producer mind state. I feel as though only 4 dispensaries limit the residents of Trenton to actually be in a position of power and to have executive leadership roles in these companies, and we're just allowing for big multi-state operators to come in and continue the narrative of the white male-dominated cannabis industry. Also, I would like to say that, the legalization and the development of cannabis industries in states and cities that have approved for legal cannabis sales and revenues, it actually decreased a lot of the complaints and the worries that people have brought up, whether it's crime, whether it's a DUI, DWI.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, my apologies. You got another minute. 1 minute, I bet.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so it actually decreases crime, DUIs, DWIs. If you go to Colorado, which is one of the more stricter legal cannabis states, you don't see weed. You don't see people just walking around smoking weed. There's not just a bunch of drug addicts everywhere on the streets of Colorado or in Denver. And I believe, and I know for sure it will be the same way in Trenton. Having this limit on the city of Trenton only puts a limit on our potential as a city to rebuild and, move into the future. And I also like to highlight micro licenses as well, which creates a lot more mom and pop opportunities. If the 4 dispensary limit is what the city stands on, then where are the opportunities for our regular everyday Trenton citizens to actually get involved and be an owner and a leader in the space and to create their own generational revenue and generational wealth?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Collin, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Sonia W.
Go right ahead. Ms. W.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council President. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Sonia Wilkins. I am a resident. I was born and raised here in the city of Trenton. I'm just going to speak with you really, really briefly with regard to the situation with the cannabis operation. I do realize, and I'm with all due respect on everyone who gave their portion of what they feel and how they feel with regards to the cannabis operations, allowing how many dispensaries to be within the city of Trenton. I want to remind everyone that all municipalities are different. We must realize that. I heard the statistics. I heard all different type of background information. But our city is 7.5 square miles. We are a densely populated city also. We're unique with our problems and our issues within the city, the crime, the homelessness. It seems to me that we need to concentrate more abundantly on issues that are surrounding the city. What may work for Newark doesn't work for Trenton or Oregon. I even heard someone speak as far as Oregon and California. What may work for those towns and those cities, it may not work for Trenton because Trenton is unique in what we deal with. Part of what I have an issue is the owners of these cannabis dispensaries, are they going to be even from our community? Are they not just from the city of Trenton, but do they reside in the city of Trenton? And I did hear city residents that are for it, but are these potential owners of these dispensaries? One thing I've learned is all money is not good money. People talk about development and redevelopment within the city, but there are so many more creative ways to come and combat redevelopment and development in the city of Trenton. It seems to me, and this is just my opinion, which I am entitled to, that those who are so gung-ho for these cannabis operations and these dispensaries, they are set to benefit in some great way, which I'm not knocking anyone's benefit. But how are the citizens of this city going to benefit? And my last statement is I want to say is that Trentonian lives matter. So to all the city council members, please, please be very diligent in how you vote. I would say vote no for the amount of dispensaries that they're proposing to be readjusted and redone. But again, Trenton is unique. Thank you for your time, and everyone have a great day.
Thank you.
How do we join the queue?
Mr. Conlon?
Yes, if you are on a smartphone, dial *9. If you are on a if you're on a non-smart device, dial *9 to raise or unraise your hand. If you are on a smart device, look for the little hand cue there should be a little 3 dots up at top. Should be a hand raising there. There's actually a little hand and a face up at the top. You raise your hand by raising the hand on the right. Council President, next we have Bill Kearney.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Kearney.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. First off, I want to say I want to commend all, the planning board and all the other Trentonians who came together.
I can hardly hear.
Hold on.
There's a lot of static in his background.
Any better?
You have a lot of static going on.
I'm not sure why. I'm just on my phone.
I can barely hear you.
Mr. Kearney, we'll come back to you in a minute. Council President, would you like to give him a second, or do you want to come back, move on, and then come back?
Yes, we could try to give him a second just to clear it up. Can you clear it up, Mr. Kearney?
I think so. Hold on. Let me see. I don't know if...
Well, just speak a little louder then. Maybe that'll help us out.
Is this better?
Yes.
Better? Hello?
Yes.
I can hear you, Mr. Kearney.
Okay, great. I want to thank everyone for what they've said. I agree with everyone's comments so far, and I commend the group who put together this ordinance, which I think is fairly comprehensive. My issue is pretty focused, and that is on the limitations on the number in our city compared to our population. We should have more outlets. They shouldn't just be limited to ward locations. We should have them open to downtown. I don't understand the cap on economic development. That's essentially what this is, according to what everyone's been saying, and I agree. Why the killing of completely complementary business opportunities as well? This really could be an opportunity downtown, not turning us into an Amsterdam necessarily, but one that's got a nice integrated mix of complementary businesses. The other issue I want to bring up is we have an operating dispensary right now across from City Hall. Everyone likes to ignore it, but it's operating, it's making money, they're doing business all hours of the day and night. They're servicing an incredible local and suburban group of customers, but there's no problems there. There's no dead bodies in the street. There's no people hanging on the corners. All I've ever seen there is commerce, peace, camaraderie, and a good model that can be used to be a framework for other businesses who want to open similarly. Imagine our city with just one liquor store per ward. Some of you like to drink, and imagine having to go all the way across your ward just to get your drink, or a pack of cigarettes, one store per ward, or one hair braiding shop per ward. It doesn't matter. This is, you can't put such a limit on this. It's even liquor stores. You can't throw a stone without hitting a liquor store, and we have much more problems there. You guys represent us. You were all put there by us. You must listen to the number of people with the same message today. We're all in unison. We need the council to comport with this unison. What else do you need from us? Please, I implore you all to keep your promises of social equity and fairness and opportunity for all races, and vote for this with amendments to expand it so that all of our city can benefit, not just a few from the outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, Council President, next we have Darren Freedom Green.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Green.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Now we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council President, Council, Darren Freedom Green. First and foremost, I'd like to reiterate Mr. Kearney's point, which is an excellent one. You guys were voted in to be the voice of the people. So when our issues, our concerns, and our desires are put forward in a public platform like this, that's what you should be acknowledging, hearing, and voting. And the consensus I'm hearing today is the same one I've been hearing for quite some time, that we're an advocate for not capping this off and opening our city up to an opportunity that we desperately need. Second, I would again suggest that this council set up working workshops with some of the local experts who live right here in Trenton and allow the public, the people, and yourselves to be educated on this extensive issue, which has so many areas. We only look at economic, but there's medicinal, there's a direct impact on the social justice component. When you start talking about the imbalance between black and brown and the prison system, there are so many areas we don't know about this that it directly impacts. And I think when we don't educate ourselves on something that's constantly evolving, this capital city remains behind. My sentiments are to not put a cap on it. Again, when people are talking about downtown, I'm wondering what downtown they're talking about. Downtown Trenton is an isolated island of poverty, where you once had corporations fighting to come down there. Now they're all gone. So again, until we open the door to reconstruct what once was, which is what this gives us an opportunity to do, we're going to remain right where we are. My last piece would be the community needs to be involved with the elected officials in terms of putting pieces in place. I for one, wonder how did the store or whatever that is on Southern Street get built right across the street from one of our middle schools, MLK. If the community was involved in this process, that wouldn't have occurred. Our baby should not be going to school and coming from school, being engaged with something like that. And I'm not against the movement, but I'm saying we have to have the community involved on where we place these at, because that's important. And again, I would rather see that place be put downtown and not right across one of our middle schools. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think we should not cap this off. And I again reiterate, the job of the elected officials to hear the voice, the issues and concerns of the people, and shape public policy to address those issues. And today, the consensus I'm hearing is we're advocating for this and not capping this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon, you may continue.
Yes, Council President. Next, we have Mr. Michael Rinaldo.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Council and Clerk Conlon, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. There's really nothing more I can say. I'm not speaking certainly as a policy expert or subject matter expert. The previous people that commented before me have covered that in a great deal of intelligent comment. The only thing I'd like to say is that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the city to be involved in a multi-billion-dollar industry. That is an incredible amount of money. It's a great opportunity to direct economic development into downtown. The tax revenue benefits to the city will be immense. There'll be increased activity downtown, most importantly, after hours, where downtown is essentially a ghost town. Downtown makes money for Trenton and tax revenue and commerce until 5 o'clock. Essentially, after 5 o'clock, there's nothing going on there, save a few restaurants. I'm speaking as a 20-year resident, and for 20 years, all I've heard is we need to increase economic development downtown. This is the opportunity to impact that and make that change. I think there have been some misconceptions thrown around by council. I'm not going to blame anybody for your frame of mind on the subject matter, but I think that it would benefit the entire city to take a more progressive stance, listen to the subject matter experts, and as Darren and Bill said before me, you were elected by residents of the city. You should heed the advice of experts and the sentiment of increasing dispensaries and cannabis-based business downtown. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Conlon. Next, please.
Mr. Amin Arias, Council President.
Go right ahead, Ms. Arias.
Hi, Council President. My name is Amin Arias. The Vice President Latino Merchant. Also have a business in downtown. And it's no secret for anybody. Downtown have issues. They have a lot of crime, stuff like that. So I'm not seeing, I can't understand we can bring money to make downtown more safety and also create more jobs for downtown and help all the business in downtown. I don't see why we cannot do that. And please, all the council people, look this trend, the special trend. Let's open the trend for business. Right now, we dying. All the business dying. And we receive a lot of complaints because they're not doing well. So thank you for letting me speak. And I hope you take advice, everybody advice.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon. Next, please.
Yes, we have Larry.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me a second to speak. The first thing I want.
Larry, you have to put your name on the record, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and my full name is Larry Paul. I actually work with Better Community Housing of Trenton, and I also run a charity called Culture Change. But my main reason for putting my hand up is number one, I completely agree with what Mr. Darren Green said, and I would like to add that with bringing any new jobs, I think it's very important, especially with Trenton, that we focus on getting the community the opportunities. When we bring these business opportunities into Trenton, something that a lot of people don't realize is the average person that works in Trenton makes $86,000 a year, but the average resident of Trenton only makes $39,000 a year. So what that's telling me is we don't even have the people in Trenton working at the good jobs in Trenton. So when we create these new avenues, these new opportunities, we need to make sure they're directly impacting the community. I'm 33 years old. I don't think a lot of people my age or younger know how to come into this market. Number one, it's brand new. It's been a stigma on this market since I've been alive. And so it's a hard way to come in and say, I want to do this legally when you have your methods for doing this for so long. So there needs to be a bridge, because in all actuality, those individuals are our experts. With the ordinance, me personally, I'm sorry, I do want to give you a little bit of background. I actually work at a medical marijuana dispensary in Pennsylvania, and I don't have an issue with having dispensaries, but the problem is I don't see that a lot of people from our community are going to have influence in starting them or even having positions of power in them. So I really would like to hear more about the micro licenses and what the caps on that would be. How are people in our community, or even people who just may not be able to afford this opportunity, how are they going to be able to get in, especially if you were targeted from the war on drugs and you might have a record or something like that? These are the things that are a bit more important to me, because as soon as we can kind of stigmatize that this is an okay industry, we create a lane for people to be a part of it, then we can start dealing with, some of the major issues like the homelessness, unemployment. I think it's very important that we focus on people who are not working currently getting in these jobs. If a bunch of people that are working at Amazon come and start working at these dispensary jobs, that doesn't really help our community. We need to focus on the people in our community getting those jobs, being able to build up those numbers. And like I said, the industry as far as pay is pretty good. So I don't see those people making $10 an hour or anything like that. I work at a dispensary myself. Sure. But again, position of power, lead head positions, management and things like that. But that's all I have. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon, next person, please.
Yes, Council President, it's Atalaya Armstrong.
Okay, go right ahead, Ms. Armstrong.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we can.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam President, City Council members, residents of Trenton. I'm Atalia Armstrong, a resident of the West Ward. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am no way an expert in this area. However, as a tax-paying resident, for me, it makes sense to bring in dollars to our community. I think my only pushback here would be to ensure that those most affected pre-legalization and most likely after is the African American community, as previously mentioned. Our communities have been affected mostly. I would personally like to see some kind of add-ins to invest in that community specifically as we invest in our community holistically. I too agree that this is a benefit to the city of Trenton, specifically the downtown area, and is an economic asset. And I do not believe that this is a gateway drug. In fact, I think it's safer than alcohol. I just would like to see our community members put first. Thank you very much.
Mr. Collin, you may continue.
Yes, Council President. Next, we have Preston Hall.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Hall. Are you there, Mr. Hall? Mr. Conlon?
Yes, Council President. They don't appear to be ready. Would you like to move them to the next person?
Yes, please.
Evangeline Ugori.
Hello?
Oh, the Council President, Mr.
Yes,
Hall. Unmuted.
Sorry. I couldn't unmute. My computer wasn't letting me. Sorry. My name's Preston. My name's Preston Hall. I'm a Ewing resident. I like to visit Trenton for economic purposes. I have a very big interest in seeing Trenton economically survive. What I noticed as a consumer is that I'm located very close to the Lawrenceville dispensary and the soon-to-be opened Ewing dispensary. And from a consumer point of view, outside of the city, I don't have any reason to go into Trenton for only 5 dispensaries available. I can go to either of these 2 dispensaries near me and get all my shopping done and pick up my cannabis. I can get my groceries. I can get anything I need where these 2 current dispensaries are operating. And if Trenton had 10 dispensaries, maybe that would entice me more to actually make the trip into the city and go out of my way to come and provide more and actually have more access. So just from the consumer side, living outside the city, we already have options. There's no need to go into Trenton to go to the dispensaries in the surrounding Ewing and Lawrenceville areas. Let's make it as enticing as possible to bring people from those townships into the city. Thanks so much.
Mr. Collin, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Evangeline Ugori.
Yes, Ms. Ugori, go right ahead. Can she unmute herself?
Yeah, she should
unmute yourself.
Ms. Ugori? Evangeline?
While she's trying to unmute herself, if she doesn't know she's muted, could you move on to the next person, please?
Yes, Council President. It's Charlana McKithen.
Go right ahead, Ms. McKithen.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlana McKeithen. I'm the Executive Director of Cannabis Laws Matter. I am a Trenton resident. First, I would like to address the second speaker. Today, the Cannabis Regulatory Commission of New Jersey will be releasing their first round of regulations around 2 p.m. I put the information on Trenton Orbits, or you can do a Facebook search or a regular Google search to pull up the links for that. Secondly, as with everyone else has stated, I do think Trenton should open downtown area up for dispensaries and add more than just the amount that they lowered it to from 10. What we have to remember is that one of the licenses class is delivery. So if you do not put downtown on the map for dispensaries, delivery services from the next town over can come and deliver, and they will receive that tax benefit. And that is something that we don't want as Trenton residents. We might as well, it's here, legalization is here, and we might as well just accept it and do the best we can to benefit from that. Thank you and have a good day.
You may continue, Mr. Conlon. Is Mrs. Ugori off of mute?
Exited the room. I do not see where she's entered her back, Council President. However, if you'd like me to move on
You
to
may
that.
yes,
Next,
please move
Crystal
on.
Feliciano, Council President.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Council President, City Council members, and residents. This is Crystal Feliciano, North Ward District 5, Democratic Committee woman, community activist, all that good stuff, right? And a resident in the city of Trenton. The one thing I wanted to bring forward about this is that let's just remember that by endorsing the ordinance, right, it stated that the city can limit the amount of cannabis business within the borders and set a 2% city surcharge on most cannabis products sold in the city. So when we think about surcharge, right, that's an additional charge or tax or payment that can be added to the existing cost of the good or service. If council does not pass it, right, then the city has to open all sections to the city to cannabis sales for 5 years, and we cannot collect or assess any surcharge on the product. I wholeheartedly agree with those who have spoken before me. This is a great opportunity for us to bring additional revenue. This is also an opportunity for us to help revitalize downtown by getting additional foot traffic there, more money, more job opportunities. I also agree that we should increase the number of dispensaries to 10. We need to maximize and get the full benefit that we can to help the city to hopefully, start to rebuild, recharge, reset. So I implore council to please think about that, and let's move in the right direction to help best benefit our city and the residents. Thank you so much.
Mr. Collin, you may continue, please.
Yes, Council President. Next, we have Matt Riley.
Go right ahead, Mr. Riley.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Council President and members of the Council, for giving everybody this opportunity. A lot of great points have been made this afternoon. I'm not going to repeat them. I would just say that I think as we head down this road, I don't see the wisdom in hamstringing ourselves before we even get out of the gate. The marketplace is going to determine how many dispensaries and what those locations should be, and I think we would be well served to let the marketplace do that. They say in hockey and in soccer and in basketball, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So let's take the shot. Let's let these businesses get started. Let them hire people. Let them produce revenue. And these licenses that are granted by the city, they're not in perpetuity. I have a driver's license. We have attorneys here who have licenses. Anybody who runs afoul of the law risks their license. I can lose my driver's license. You can lose your law license, your medical license. There will be guidelines and regulations in effect to govern the operation of these facilities, and I think we can keep good control over that and make sure that they're a benefit to the community and not a hindrance. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr.
Ma'am, you're going to have to unmute yourself. I don't know if you're having a technical difficulty still.
Excuse me. She said that there's a problem. She's having issues with unmuting.
Yeah, she's not disabled, so she should not have an issue. It's on her end.
She can go out and come back in, and she don't have to go into queue. Just let us recognize when she's back on. Mr. Collin, you may continue.
Council President, she is the only one that I see left in the queue. If anybody else would like to be heard for the public hearing for the ordinance 21-017, please speak out now. If you are on a non-smartphone, please do so.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Your name,
Yes.
please.
Hi, this is Connie Johnson. I'm on Berkeley Avenue, and I do simply want to say this. I'm not some huge cannabis, someone that understands all the regulations and all that. But there was a lot that was said that I think is highly beneficial to the residents of Trenton. And a couple of things I'm really, truly hoping that these things that are being said so very well are not going to be forgotten about when things are actually seriously taking place. The person that mentioned the whole sports, explanations about sports, the 100 shots and all of that, I get what he's saying, but at the same time, because this is a very small community, I think it's incredibly important that who comes in and who benefits and how that benefits the community is something that has to be at the forefront of the powers that be when these decisions and when these things are actually being done. One of my, questions is what happens to the people that are already selling cannabis, either throughout their stores or on the streets or whatever. Does that become legalized for them? And what happens to the people that have been incarcerated for ridiculous sentences now that we are now legalizing a product in the city in which they were criminalized? So what happens to those people? Do we pardon them? Do we release them? Do we make those people a part of this process as well? So that's basically it. And everyone's really been saying wonderful things, but I'm just truly, truly hoping that this just doesn't turn into an outside business profiting yet again from this community, which is what happened in the state. Many of those people that work in this city, we don't see those taxes. We don't get the benefit of all those people, all those cars that are parked in the state lots. That's not benefiting this city at all. So I'm really hoping that whatever is being done, that the ultimate goal is that this city is benefited. And the other question again is what happens to all of those young people that have been arrested? That's a very serious thing to think about. That's it. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, Mr. Collin, if that is your last speaker for the public.
We actually have one more from 609-213-0364. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please? 609-213-0364. You have your hand up. Council President, you can dial *6 to unmute yourself if that's the issue. There we go. You're unmuted now. Please state your name for the record. Now you've muted yourself again. *6 just once. And state your name for the record, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. What's your name for the record?
Hi, Maxwell and Glad. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this. And I heard a lot of concerns, and I just wanted to speak from just the nursing aspect because I am a registered nurse. And one of the things that I have been taking the time out is to educate myself on the different medicinal purposes for cannabis. And it's not just, it goes far beyond just cancer treatment. We've seen that it's helped people with seizures, epilepsy, and even in documented researches that have been out, it talks about how even in the opioid crisis, and that's something that Trenton does have. I have a lot of patients that I've dealt with that are dealing with a drug addiction, crack, cocaine, marijuana, crack cocaine, heroin, all different types, even alcohol. And one of the things that they have noticed that is with the cannabis industry is that there has been a 25% decrease in opioid addiction with patients that have used cannabis. So there is a vast knowledge and potential for cannabis out here, and I think that by limiting the amount of dispensaries opening in Trenton, we are limiting the opportunities and the people that are impacted the most, and that's the people of this community. So that's basically what I wanted to say. Thank you for this opportunity, and I definitely think that we should at least allow 10 cannabis businesses in the city to open up in downtown without restricting any locations, and be open to the healing potential that cannabis can present. Because, you know, we're so quick to take Tylenol, and there's a limited amount. Like, you can't exceed 6 Tylenols in a 24-hour period. But cannabis also helps with pain. And it's an analgesic, it's an antioxidant, it's an anti-inflammatory, and that's something that you get from Tylenol as well. So just be open to the opportunity. Don't limit this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon. If there's no one else.
Any other members of the public wish to be heard, please speak up now.
All righty, so seeing no one, I move to close the public comment.
A motion to close the public hearing by Council President McBride. Do I have a second to the motion?
Second.
Second by Mr. Blakely. It's public hearing. We'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely, close the public hearing.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle? I heard a yes. Mr. Michelle?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes. Okay.
Ms. Vaughn?
I know what you mean.
Ms. McBride? Council President?
Yes.
Public hearing is closed. Council President, would you like to open up the floor?
President McBride? President McBride, I'd like to make a motion to add an amendment to...
Mr. Councilman Blakely, let the council speak, and then we'll come back, and then you'll be able to offer up whatever you would like to bring to the floor. Give the council time to do their have their conversation, and then we'll open it up to the floor. Go back to you for your amendments to come in. All righty. So we're gonna just open up the floor for the council members to speak, and then we'll come back to you, and you can offer up whatever amendment. And if there's any other council member, that will be the time after Mr. Blakely offers up his amendment. All righty. So if there's any council members that would like to speak on this ordinance before we ask the other council members if they have any amendments to make.
President McBride, I have something I'd like to say.
I hear a councilwoman from the West Ward trying to get in, but she's not coming through. Go right ahead, councilwoman.
Can you guys hear me?
You're not. Your phone. Your speaker must be turned down or something.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear
Barely.
me?
No, barely.
Wow.
No.
See here.
Council President, Mr. Blakely did also want to be recognized to speak as well.
I heard him, Mr. Collin.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right,
Also,
Councilwoman
Councilman
Vaughn, we will
Rodriguez.
come back. Right, we will come back to you, Councilwoman Vaughn. Once you straighten out your volume, we'll go to Councilman Blakely, and then we'll go to Councilman Rodriguez. Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you so much, President McBride. And I would like to make comments regarding a number of points that we heard this evening or this afternoon. Number one, I'm really disappointed that we are having... Do you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you. We should have had this meeting in the evening. I'm really disappointed that we are having this meeting in the middle of the day. There's nothing, there's no explanation of why we're having it in the middle of the day. We could have easily had this meeting at a time that would have allowed for more public participation. And I want to thank the people who took time off of work in the middle of the day through the traditional workday to participate, because quite frankly, I'm concerned that the time was chosen to hinder public participation. Number two, regarding the economic development benefits of cannabis businesses in downtown Trenton. Downtown Trenton is quite frankly one of the worst downtowns that I've ever visited, ever. You can count your restaurants on barely two hands. It's an open air drug market. There are few amenities. Businesses are closing on a regular basis. You know, for crying out loud, our flagship store is a Family Dollar. And here we have an opportunity, a potential economic boom. And my colleagues, I hope, will consider an opportunity to do something about downtown's decline. You can't buy a TV or all sorts of things in downtown Trenton, but you sure can find the drug of your choice in downtown Trenton presently. It's shameful and perplexing, and I hope that my colleagues will support the amendments that I offered this afternoon to do something about, this disturbing status of downtown Trenton. I believe that cannabis businesses could serve as an economic stimulant for downtown Trenton. And quite frankly, downtown Trenton is in desperate need for economic stimulants. Finally, Trenton has been a victim of the war on drugs. Thousands of people have been arrested and indicted in Trenton, for this war on drugs. I think it would be really, really unfortunate if we don't take advantage of shifting laws around cannabis to take advantage of changing society norms and mores in the cannabis industry. And if we did not take advantage of that time, it's really a fantastic opportunity for us to reverse some of the troubling issues that the city has been impacted by because of the war on drugs. Quite frankly, I'm going to be offering, 3 amendments this afternoon. I am going to be offering an amendment to increase the number of cannabis dispensaries located within the city to 10, I believe. I will also be amending the ordinance.
Councilman Blakely, point of order. A point of order. We've already discussed the fact that you are going to bring your amendments to the floor after all the council members have been heard.
I'm speaking.
No, you do not. Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Blakely. Councilman Blakely, a point of order is, I've asked you, the point of order is to make your comment pertaining to the ordinance, and then we'll go back to you for the amendment. And let's keep this moving because all of the council members want to speak.
Council President,
I want to give all of the council members the opportunity to speak. Please.
I'm going to allow that.
Mr.
I am not finished. I'm not finished.
Mr. Colosi,
can I please finish?
Will you tell the councilman when I call the point of order what that means? Mr. Colosi or Mr. Bridges?
You can't stop me from talking about what I want to talk
about.
You can't do that.
Colosi or Mr. Bridges, will you, as attorneys, tell the councilman what point of order mean?
Point of order essentially means there's something being said that's out of order, out of line, or improper, and that conversation should cease.
How is it out of order? I'm asking. How is it out of order?
Councilman Blakely, we are going to allow you to bring your amendments on. I said that before you started your comment. And so let us move on to the next council member.
I'm not finished. President McBride, I am not finished.
Council member
Rodriguez, I am not finished. Can I please continue my statement? Can I please continue my statement? I am not finished. I have not done or said anything that is inappropriate.
Yes, you are.
I have not said anything.
Yes, you are.
I have not. I am outlining. I am making my statement. I am making my statement.
Just silence him.
Which is legitimate. Councilman, I have not said anything that is inappropriate.
Yes, you have.
I have not said anything. Please explain to me. I'm asking you to explain to me. How and what I said inappropriate.
I said that we would talk about.
Can you please tell me why?
I asked you at the beginning to let everyone speak in reference to the ordinance, and I am not going back and forth with you. Now you made your statement. I'm going to move on to the next council person. Mr. Councilman Rodriguez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe that it is very unfair that we are discussing this issue at this time today, because at this same time, the State Regulatory Committee is sitting to come up with the regulations for the cannabis selling and usage in the state. Somebody mentioned that they're going to come up with a report at 2 o'clock, but I doubt it, because the same way we are discussing this, they are discussing there, right today, 2 days before we have to make a decision. By the 21st, we have to make a decision on whether we're going to have an ordinance or not. And if we don't do that, that's going to create a 3-4 hour in Trenton. We already have over 10 illegal dispensaries around. I have a couple of points that I want to point out. I don't believe that I agree with one of the speakers that said that we should allow the market to limit the number of dispensaries. We are going to create a regulatory committee by us, by council, that should be their duty, like we do when we're going to open a new bar. The case will go through zoning, planning, zoning, and then the zoning recommends, and then we make the final decision on where that business is going to be located. We should not restrict the locations of the building of the businesses, and we should not have a limit. Probably, if we agree to 10, that should be the minimum, but we should allow the committee to decide whether we can afford to have more, or, we should have a limit, but today we should not be voting on limits. We should not be limiting this because it's not fair, we have to revise this ordinance because the way it was written, most of what I see here is guided towards the medical marijuana aspect, not the recreational part. We are not talking about that. A person mentioned the jobs, the rights of the workers. We have to consider that. So no matter what, today what we should do is vote on something, to have something in record so we don't lose the chance to regulate the marijuana industry in Trenton. But the details on how many, the locations, that should be left to for the committee to do recommendations and for us to have hearings, as the president said, across the city to see where the residents, to see their opinion about having a dispensary in their neighborhood. That we don't have in an hour or two more that we could be discussing this issue today. We don't have enough time to go into the details of what we have to amend in this whole thing, because we have to amend the whole thing eventually. We have to go over everything because we don't have the state regulations yet. They are meeting today. Unfairly, they should have done that months ago, and we should have developed this ordinance a month ago anyway. But I believe that we should not limit anything today. We should not be voting or limiting. I am going to propose a couple of amendments to this on this respect later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
It's barely.
No, just barely.
All right, stay with me. I'm going to do this.
Yes, that's better.
She muted herself.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, did you want to speak before Councilwoman Vaughn came back?
Yes, I actually do. And I want to make it very clear that I'm not opposed to the cannabis industry. I think it is a great economic opportunity for this city. However, this is very new to the city, and we don't know what the outcome is going to be. And I think that we need to walk slowly with this, because everybody that spoke very eloquently, but I don't see all the people talking or working with us to help us with the situation downtown with so many homeless, so many panhandlers, so many people with addiction problems, alcohol problems, and mental health issues. And I just don't think that this is a cure-all, that all of a sudden we're going to have a retailer downtown and all of that's going to go away. No, it's not. And with the 2% tax that the city will receive, with the surcharge that they will receive, that is going to be swallowed up in our emergency services, our police department, and our fire department, because every time the police are called, the fire department has to come out. And I am just not sure that downtown at this time is ready. And I don't think that people understand that we have to opt in today. We don't have time for a dozen amendments, but we can go back as this progresses, and we can go back and look at this ordinance, and we can discuss it with the community, and we can make amendments. I want community buy-in downtown. I want community buy-in in the other areas. I think that the community has a right, and they should have the voice. They are not only the voters of the city of Trenton, but they're the taxpayers in the city of Trenton. And the majority of people speaking to place these retailers and to increase them to 10, they don't even live in the city of Trenton. I want to hear the voice of the people of the city of Trenton. I will support this ordinance today. And I wanted to tell the gentleman from the United Food and Commercial Workers Union that ordinance was developed by the administration and the law department. And if the workers' rights amendment, that was not put in there. They had it taken it out. It wasn't in the original ordinance. So that is something that I think that if we pass this ordinance today and we opt in, we can move forward and then have discussions with the administration regarding placing workers' rights in that ordinance, and also having community meetings to talk to the public so that we can move along as a city on this and not as people who just want to get rich with the cannabis industry and are telling us this is going to be so good for the city of Trenton. We have so many issues in the city of Trenton and so many people that we have to help. And the downtown cannot and has not been able to attract businesses because of the crime. I took it upon myself to go to the various businesses, and nobody could care less one way or the other about the cannabis industry. They're more concerned about all of the people hanging around their stores, the fights, the crimes, the drug dealing. They are concerned about that, and that's why we can't attract businesses downtown. And until we curb that kind of behavior, I don't believe that the cannabis industry is going to clear that up initially. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn, have you gotten your speaker situation cleared up? Councilman Harrison, while we're waiting for Councilwoman Vaughn to remedy her issue, would you like to speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay. All right. First of all, there's an echo. Can you hear? There's.
Go right ahead, Councilman.
With their IT, this is ridiculous with their meetings. Same thing with council meetings and then this special one. People are having problems.
Hello?
Yes.
Sir, we can hear you. I muted.
Okay, I heard all the voices. I wasn't sure. Council President, I kind of agree that this meeting should have been held at nighttime. Also, I wanted people to know that there was, like Mr. Dan Fatton said, back in May and July, there was public meetings, planning board. There's like 50 people in the meeting. I think that this should be amended. My personal opinion, 5 is not the right number. I'm more with everybody else that's on this call. A lot of people had said the number 10. We should have downtown, and we should have set aside so that people of the city of Trenton can benefit. So at the end of the day, I mean, like I said, I think we all know that cannabis is here, but at the end of the day, I think just 5 is not the correct number. My heart, I think it's 10, and so hopefully we'll have amendments. I think Council West Bridges. How many people have amendments, Mr. Bridges?
Yeah, sorry, I just unmuted myself. I muted myself. I did synthesize an email to Council President, Vice President, and the clerk, synthesizing everybody's suggested proposed amendments to that. I believe there were 7 in total. Most deal with what's been touched on here today, the locations and the number. There were some other minor revisions, page numbering and changing some stylistic things, but by and large, the changes are what has dominated the conversation here today.
Okay. Yeah. Well, like I said, my stance is like the recommendation of what the planning board had, 10. And at the end of the day, I think this year we have only 5. We don't address the downtown, and we should be putting a set aside exactly for people in the city of Trenton to benefit. I think that would be something that we should be wholeheartedly doing, because you're right. At the end of the day, if you get these big companies to come in here, they're going to gobble them up, and we need to make sure that the people of Trenton are going to be able to get these jobs and also benefit from it. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you. Councilman.
I'm going to try this again. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Yes,
very
we can.
good.
Yes.
So I've heard a lot here today, but primarily my ears were tuned to the residents of the city. And the residents of the city that had a common had a common concern was Atalaya Armstrong, Larry Paul, Sonia Wilkins, and Sherry Garrett. And what those individuals talked about was to ensure that Trenton and Trentonians, the residents and taxpayers of the city, benefit from this new industry that's coming into our borders. So I'm here representing the interests of those parties. And it's very, I appreciate the outsiders who are here today encouraging this council to vote this industry into our borders. But the issues more specifically that I'm concerned with was also partially voiced by Mr. Giordano, the labor representative. And I just want to say that the licenses, I'm for increasing the number of dispensaries. However, with some serious conditions. With that type of privilege, if this council grant and award dispensaries to certain owners of that business, then it comes with an obligation to this community, an obligation to the residents, and obligations to follow certain laws and ordinances that are already in place in this city. I would want a strong percentage of those, no matter how many dispensaries we open today by this ordinance or tomorrow or 5 years from now. I want those individuals, owners of those dispensaries, to be obligated by the law to hire a certain number of Trentonians, Trenton residents, I should say. I want them to be able to ensure that at least this council, the mayor, our government, ensure that that tax revenue generated from that money benefits the development of our workforce here in the city of Trenton, and education and skill sets and etc. So those things that we haven't defined and we need to define. The city of Trenton is a diverse city, but this business and this industry should represent that diversity. The last 2020 census that just was published
reported that our city is 50% African American, 38% Latino, and 12% white. I would like to see our dispensaries, the owners, and the people that will work there reflect that diversity. And we can do that with this ordinance. And there's sections there that permit us to do it, and we can enhance accordingly. It's already sort of been outlined, but it's not strong enough. We need to strengthen it. And I would ask our lawyers that are on the call today, Mr. Kaloji and or Mr. West Bridges, to kind of explain to us the timeline of making amendments. My understanding is what we pass here today we cannot amend, and we'll have to stand for the next 5 years. So if we say 5 dispensaries today, we cannot amend we can't take any of those away. We can't rescind them. They will be grandfather clause then. So we don't have a lot of flexibility with amending. We can't do it at any time we choose to, council colleagues. So we have to be very careful and saying, oh, let's pass this ordinance today. Yes, we have to because of the regulatory deadline of August 21st. But to the extent that we can limit it in the fashion that Councilman Rodriguez talked about, let's not be haste and trying to pass something that we will not be able to rescind. And there's a couple of things in here that that we need to certainly amend and consider that we won't be able to change it for the next 5 years. So I am for extending the number. I just want to make it clear with further assessment and collaboration with the residents of this city to determine, where those locations should be and who should get them. But I believe the ordinance should read clearly that the distribution or the granting of those dispensaries should be 50% has to go to a resident of this city. They get priority, and if they're not in a position to finance it, then it should be a hierarchy as to who gets it. It should go to folks in our contiguous borders, but it shouldn't be just any old body from any old where, Portland, Oregon, or wherever have you. It should follow the residency laws of the city of Trenton that already exist. We take priority. This meeting is for the residents of this city. We are passing this ordinance for the residents and the benefit and to advantage Trentonians and to develop Trenton's economy and to ensure that Trentonians benefit and profit from this business. And the only way we can ensure that is to put it into law and to put it into our ordinance. And that's all I'm asking today, that I'm going to work to do to ensure that certain sections where they talk about the number of permits, we need to say that folks who have them have an obligation to follow the residency laws and the diversity of the city, and residents get 50% of those dispensaries. And the other one is the licensing authority. Only residents of the city gets to sit on that board, and only business owners of the city gets to sit on that board. I don't care if you have a business last year, this year, the year before, you're not going to get on that board unless you are a current resident and a current business owner of the city. And that's and Council President, and that's all I have right now. But there's going to be a lot more discussion, and I appreciate everybody, the residents of the city that come out on this call to have a say and input in the laws that will impact their lives for years to come. Thank you.
Just that if you have a business and you want to go forward in the city of Trenton, you have to turn around and give everyone a chance. It can't be minority. I hear this over and over and over. White people pay taxes too, and white people own businesses too. So everybody should have a chance. You want a qualified person to be in there to make these decisions. It's getting a little disgusting with saying black and brown to run the businesses when white people pay taxes and we have a right for our say. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Councilman. So I have a couple of questions that I would like to have Mr. Kaloji. Mr. Kaloji, are you on the line?
I am, Council President.
All right. Mr. Bridges?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Bridges? Okay, so
yes,
I have a question for the two of you. First, the first question that I would like to ask you is this. If this ordinance is not passed today, what are the ramifications? That's number one. Second, if any amendments that are offered up are substantial, what would happen to this ordinance? And third, if you can answer the councilwoman's question in reference to the amendments, will we be able to amend within the 5-year period and don't have to wait for 5 years to make other amendments as we go along? So can both of you chime in on all three of those questions? Mr. Bridges, you first, and then Mr. Kaloji.
If we don't opt in under the state enabling statute, the city is completely open to cannabis operations anywhere and everywhere without the financial benefit of it. We no longer are working within time frame to do an opt-out provision, because an opt-out provision would also have to go before the planning board and would have to be recommended by the planning board. So if we do not adopt this today, we're SOL. Number two, with respect to any amendments, and Mr. Kaloji, would you like to add to that answer at all?
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to hear from Mr.
Sure. I'm totally in agreement with Mr. Bridges on the first point. As to the second point, the statute governing the adoption of ordinances, NJSA 40:49-2, makes it clear that on the date of the hearing and the proposed adoption, amendments can be offered. However, it states that if any amendment be adopted substantially altering the substance of the ordinance so amended shall not be finally adopted until at least 1 week later. Ordinarily, that would not be a problem. In this case, we are facing the 8/21 deadline. So any amendments that are going to be offered today to enable this ordinance to be adopted today and in time would have to be ordinance that don't substantially alter the composition of the ordinance. And I think Mr. Bridges has reviewed some of the proposed amendments from, that council has indicated they had concerns with. And my understanding is that so far it appears that the proposed amendments would not be substantial. So again, we're not looking to do anything today, hopefully, that's going to create a major shift in the policy set forth in this ordinance. Otherwise, it could get to the point where then it wouldn't be adoptable today, and we would basically have it would basically have the effect of us not adopting an ordinance by the time period, and then we would be subject, as Mr. Bridges said, to the 5-year period. We would get the facilities as conditional uses or permitted uses by state statute, and we would have no control over them otherwise, and we would get no revenue. So again, if there's going to be amendments today, just for conversational sake, they should be minor amendments as opposed to amendments that change the character of the ordinance. And then we could adopt it. Correct.
And the third
And if I may
question,
speak-
and the third question, Mr. Bridges, is the time span. If this ordinance is adopted today, will it allow us to come and make amendments throughout the coming months or years? Would we be fast and hard to this ordinance for the next 5 years? No amendments.
It would be the same It would be the same analysis as Mr. Kaloji just articulated. As long as it didn't substantially change the spirit and the tenor of the ordinance, they would be permitted. For example, there was some reference in here to the Labor Relations Act and the fact that that's not in there. To me, that's not a substantial amendment. That's something that could be amended. Now, quite frankly, it could be amended now, or it could be amended later. And I think the administration, I'm not speaking out of turn, would be supportive of that. With respect to the locations, amending locations, that would be something, quite frankly, that we would have to do today, because the permitted uses in certain location is really the crux of the ordinance.
But if they amended the locations, Mr. Bridges, and this is to you too, Mr. Kaloji, would that not be a hard-pressed change and would alter the ordinance as it was advertised and posted? Mr. Kaloji.
Mr. Bridges and I had discussed that specifically, and we came to the collective opinion, I believe, Mr. Bridges, please jump in if I'm misstating, because we've discussed a lot of things, that basically the inclusion of more areas was in fact considered and recommended by the planning board, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
So the addition of certain, I guess, additional facilities would not, based upon the information we have, constitute a major substantive change.
So Mr. Kaloji, let me hear you correctly, Mr. Kaloji. Because this ordinance, the one that you're looking at that is in front of us now, was the ordinance that was spoken to, was the ordinance that was advertised, and whether or not the planning board is not the council. The planning board just reviewed the locations. They weren't put into this original ordinance, and if they would be placed in there now, would that be considered a substantial change? We're not talking about what the planning board did. We're talking about what was advertised, what is in this ordinance now, and if you add those changes, would it be considered a substantial change?
And when you say those changes,
said no.
you mean the number of facilities, Council President?
Yes.
Okay. I believe our collective position is that it would not, and I'll ask Mr. Bridges to chime in and tell me whether we were in agreement on that.
That is my opinion, and that is also what I put in an email yesterday and today, kind of spelling out the proposed amendments, and that in my research and in my opinion, it is not a substantial change.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got a 20-some page ordinance with a lot in it, so I mean, a change on a particular issue.
So are you going to speak to the part of the question as of the amendments moving forward? If we wanted to take this ordinance and make amendments throughout the next year and the following year, will we be permitted to do that, or will we have to hold fast to the 5 years?
You are raising an excellent question. I don't believe the 5 years comes into play. The 5 years only comes into play, and again, I'll ask Mr. Bridges to certainly correct me. I believe the 5 years only comes into play if we do nothing. We are foreclosed for a 5-year period from basically doing anything. But if we pass an ordinance today, I guess your question is, could we amend the ordinance we pass today next year or in 6 months or in a year and a half, correct?
Yes. That is my Yes, that's my question.
There is nothing, again, you're asking a wonderful question, and this is all new area, but the statute that creates the cannabis scenario doesn't indicate any limitation on the ordinance that is passed. It doesn't say that once you pass the ordinance, you're absolutely bound to it. And under longstanding New Jersey law, a public body has always been able to amend and supplement ordinances. So again, I mean, I cannot give you 100%, certainty in my answer because no one knows how a court's going to interpret things. But certainly there is nothing that is jumping out in any way, shape, or form that's telling us if we adopt something, we can't amend it down the road. Now, the nature and extent of the amendments may come into issue, how much we can amend it, but just the general concept of amending it, I have not seen anything in the enabling statute or in anything else. And we've read a lot of material on this from the League of Municipalities, treatise type, documents submitted by attorneys. We haven't seen anything that would foreclose us from attempting to amend it at some point down the road.
And the Council President, if I may piggyback off that, there is nothing stopping you from amending that. I think where there's been a lot of colloquy in this regard, it relates to businesses that set up shop and open and are operating. You can't thereafter put any substantial amendments in place that would basically foreclose them from operating in the way that they were approved by the state and the local governing body when they were given a license. So that's really been the articles and been a lot of the discussion about amendments of that. You can't thereafter amend it, putting someone out of business who's expended time, effort, setting up shop, developing things, and thereby putting them out of business, saying, we changed our mind, we don't want you to operate here anymore.
Okay, so I just wanted to be clear, and I wanted it to be clear for all of my colleagues as far as the amendments goes and as far as what we could do moving on, because we spoke a lot to the fact that we would go back to this ordinance and make some amendments that won't be that we need to make in the upcoming months or years. And I just wanted to be clear whether or not the council could do that. Now, the other part the first question that I asked was in reference to the passing of this ordinance. I wanted the public to hear it from both of you that this ordinance is being heard today for the second reading based on a timeline, based on the fact that the state has given us until August the 21st in order to get this done. And so that was important for me, and I wanted the at-large community to hear that. Now, the other, what I wanted to add to this is that we talk, a lot of people have come online, and I respect everyone's opinion. My concern is basically what I've heard my council members speak to earlier. My concern is the residents in the city of Trenton. So what I have done is I have put together a schedule for public forums throughout the city. I've started with the first 4, and Mr. Conlon, if you have it already printed up, he could put it on the screen. Now, for the public input, the residents, the taxpayers, and the business owners that are currently in our city. It is very important for me to reach out to the taxpayers, the people that pays the bills in the city of Trenton, for them to have input. And I also would like to bring them to the table because they are the stakeholders of the city of Trenton, and they need to be informed on exactly what it will take for them to be a part of this upcoming cannabis process. They need to be a part of it. And so in order for them to be a part, we will be going throughout every ward in the city, having forums for the residents and the business owners in the city of Trenton. So with all of that being said, we can start with the amendments now. So Mr. Blakely can introduce his amendments. If Councilwoman Vaughn has some amendments that she would like to offer to the floor. Let them offer them up. For every amendment that is offered up here today, Mr. Kaloji and Mr. Bridges, I want a opinion today in reference to those amendments. Thank you so much. And so we'll start with Councilman Blakely, and after he offers up the first amendment, Mr. Kaloji, Mr. Bridges, weigh in on it, whether it's substantial or non-substantial, whether it can happen now or whether we can amend it later. Put your opinion, your legal opinion, on the record behind every change. So,
Okay,
Mr. Councilman Blakely, we will begin with you.
Thank you. I have 3 amendments that I'd like to make. The first amendment is on page 9, 146-18, section 2. The current language is the number of cannabis dispensaries located within the city shall be limited to 5 retail cannabis dispensaries. I would like to change that 5 to 10. That is my first amendment, which will be followed by 2 additional amendments. Can you please let me know if that is substantial?
Mr. Kaloji and Mr. Bridges weigh in.
Consistent with my email, that's not substantial and can be considered.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Mr. Kaloji.
I agree with Mr. Bridges on that.
All righty. So, Mr. Conlon, are we going to vote on these amendments as they come up? Are we going to vote them up or down? Or are we going to wait for each amendment?
I think it's proper if we vote them up and down. I think because they're each separate.
Excuse me, Councilman, I'm asking Mr. Conlon this question. Are we going to vote them up or down after each amendment is offered up?
It's up to Mr. Blakely would be the one making the amendments, so it would be up to him to offer all 3 amendments at once.
Thank you.
Or offer them individually, and each amendment, so that it's really his call if he wants to offer them as wholeheartedly or as individual.
Yeah, I would just recommend we do it one at a time if possible. I think it would make it a lot clearer because we're in we're dealing with a lot of stuff now. So to avoid any confusion, if we could do the amendments one at a time, I think it would benefit everybody.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Thank you. So
would you like to,
motion?
You want to make that motion now, Mr. Blakely?
Yes, then I'll just follow up with 2 additional amendments. Yes.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, I have a motion on the floor. I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Blakely to amend page 9, section 146-18, section 2 to change the number of dispensary numbers from 5 to 10. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michel. Council President, I'll call the roll for this amendment.
All right, are we going to be able to comment?
Yes, you could. You go right ahead. You could comment before you vote today. This is all different. Go right ahead. We're going to start with Councilman Blakely.
Well, I would like to see if Mr. Blakely consider I like the 10 years, but that should be the minimum, starting with 10 years, 10 dispensaries, but that the committee, the regulatory committee, will be the final to expand, not to go down, but to go up.
Yeah, listen, if we could do 15. So I think that
just put it minimum of 10, and optional to the committee to expand it to 15, 20, 25, whatever. That will be the regulatory committee, which includes us. So we could do that later on.
I'm happy with that, amendment to the amendment that we can do a minimum of 10 to 15. I mean, I think that's proper. I wouldn't have a problem with that. So I will amend my amendment as per my colleague's suggestion to limit it to a minimum of 10 to 15. Retail.
Excuse me, my only cautionary remark is that in terms of interpreting it, if it says shall be a minimum of 10, let's say somebody wants to come in and open 5 additional, and it says, well, the ordinance says a minimum of 10, so I should get to add in another 5. And then somebody says, well, I want to open another 20, so it should be another 25. I think it might be better if we keep it at a finite number for the purposes of this ordinance and then deal down the road with trying to amend it. And I'll certainly invite Mr. Bridges to weigh in on that point.
I do see that. I do see your point there. I guess I would defer to the council body what their desires are. It probably is better to have a specific number. So maybe discretion being a better part of valor, and so as not as to close ourselves off from any opportunity. Make it 15, just a suggestion, but I defer to Councilman Blakely and Councilman.
Okay, so I mean, I will only do that if I believe there's a majority of votes for 15. I support 15. Retail cannabis dispensaries. Of course, this is just a maximum number. It doesn't mean that there will be 15 cannabis dispensaries there, but I have no problem adding it to 15 retail. I would like to hear from my colleagues before I make that amendment to the amendment.
Yes, Council President?
So go ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn, and then I'll chime in. Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I appreciate the 10 because when I get my opportunity to speak about my amendments, I want, to have some caveats around those dispensaries as I vocalized in my civic comment earlier. I would like to see 10 only because, and I will tell you why, for now, and we can amend down the road, 10 because we have 4 wards. And I think it is prudent to have 2 in each ward, starting out the gate, 2 in each ward. That will bring it. We have 4 wards. Of course, 4 times 2 is 8. And then the other 2, conceivably, will be for downtown. So 10 is a good number.
Okay,
That's what I'm going to vote for.
Okay, so I am going to, because I believe the votes are for 10, and we have to make sure that we're doing what is possible and feasible with the votes. My amendment will stand that it shall be limited to 10 retail cannabis dispensaries, and that's my motion.
This is my question. So my question is that this body would move to 10 dispensaries despite going to your constituents. That is what I am concerned about, that you would take it and move to 10 without doing the open forums across this city instead of leaving it where it is and going for those numbers after you go to the residents that pay your. I'm speaking now. I'm speaking now, and taking this to your constituents, you would move to 10. That is for all of you. You would move to 10 without taking this to your constituents. So what is the difference between going with the first ordinance that they put up without ever going to the constituents and just allowing it to walk? Because I don't understand the difference.
I'm going to ask that. I'm going to answer.
It's to all 6 of you.
Can I answer? Okay, I'm happy to do so. No, I'll answer it. I want to answer this because it's really important because it's my amendment that I'm offering. Let's be clear that the original ordinance, as passed by the planning board, that had a number of public sessions, had an original of 10 cannabis dispensaries. You or someone, I don't know who, it changed by the time it got to my eyes to 5. Also, I have extensively talked to my constituents. I represent the entire city. I've talked to my constituents. I have communicated quite well, and I think quite thoroughly with my constituents. And if you listen to this public hearing, I believe that strong folks in this city who live in this city, who are the majority of residents who spoke here today, they support 10 retail cannabis dispensaries. And so my motion is on the floor. I would really like, because I have 2 additional amendments I'd like to make. And so I'd really like to, get this vote started. And, President O'Brien, as you always say.
Council President. The member does have the right to end debate and call for the vote. And Mr. Blakely, I believe that's what you just did. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to hear from,
Get my comment in?
hear from the, yeah, I would
You
hear
want
from
to
them
hear
and then
from
we can move
Mr.
on.
Harrison?
I do.
Okay. First of all, I'm the liaison to the planning board. The recommendation from the planning board was 10 locations. There was meetings held back in May and July, public meeting from the planning board where there was 50 members on the phone calls. So there was outreach in the community. So you're right. I don't know why it was changed from 10 to 5. And like I said, at the end of the day, everybody who's calling on here, the number keeps coming up as 10. And at the end of the day, you're right. We should be moving what's best for the people because at the end of the day, people keep saying downtown. People keep saying jobs for people to Trenton. That's what I want to see. That's it. That's what the planning board recommendation was about. And I'm not sure why it got changed from 10 to 5. So it sounds like my colleagues now are all for favor of 10, and I'm in favor of 10. Thank you very much.
Okay, so,
Council
yeah, I'd
President,
like to close the,
I just want to say something quickly.
Councilman Blakely calls for a vote. We'll move on.
no, I'll wait to hear from the councilwoman. I believe in open
Yeah.
debate, so.
Yeah. All I want to say is, again, I believe in 10. I mean, I am supporting 10 because I heard from the constituents today, and I'm not basing my opinion on, or my vote on support for the increase on the planning board, because I don't know who showed up at the planning board. I don't know whether they were all residents or non-residents who gave that input at the planning board. What I do know here today, the persons I referenced are all Trentonians. They live here. And they said, it doesn't matter how many dispensaries we have, 1 or 2, so long as they benefit and are owned and operated at least 50% of Trentonians. So that's all I have to say, and I will be making my amendment to supplement that to assure that at least half of those go to Trentonia by law, if this council will pass that. So thank you.
I'd like to call the question for the vote.
Mr.
For the
Blakely,
call the question to the amendment.
Mr. Blakely has called the question. Council President would like to proceed with the roll.
Yes, please.
This is a roll call vote to amend the ordinance on the table in a non-substantial way for 21017. This will amend page 9, section 146-18, section 2 to change, and if you look on the screen here, to change this particular number right here from 5 to 10. Mr. Blakely, your vote.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson, your vote.
No.
Mr. Harrison, your vote.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle, your vote.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, your vote.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn, your vote.
Yes.
Council President McBride, your vote.
And no.
The ayes have it to amend the ordinance as indicated for the First Amendment. That will amend this section 2 to a number of 5. This does not adopt the ordinance, just to let you know. We still have an ordinance on the floor, but it has been amended on the floor.
I'd like to, thank you, sir. I'd like to change the redevelopment areas plans. I'd like to proffer a amendment for, I believe it's page 18. I would like to add the following redevelopment area plan. I can read it for you. Canal Banks redevelopment plan as amended September 2015. Section B2, B4.
I got you. Just a little.
In fact, I'll email it to you if you don't mind. If you don't
That's
mind,
fine.
I'll just email it to you.
But I would like to have for the body, if you email it to me now, I'll put it up.
Okay, give me 1 second. My word. Okay, section B2, B4, conditional land uses, business A, B, A, dispensary only.
Okay,
along North Warren.
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking the amendment. Are we on the same amendment? where we just do, where are we? I have section 2 permitted uses cannabis businesses.
No, I'm referring to section 2. I'm referring to section 2, amend the following redevelopment area plans. I'll send you an email right now.
Well, Jarrell, can I help you? Could I help you with this? If you look at page 3, the Canal Banks is already on there. Look at page 3.
Yeah, it's in the whereas clause. I know that.
Yeah,
But
it's in there, Jarrell.
He had more than what was stated there, I believe, on page.
Yeah. So it's. Yeah, let me actually send it to you if you don't mind, so you can actually see. But I can read it off to you as well.
Right.
1 second.
Sure.
Just give me 1 second. I'm going to email it to you right now. Give me 1 second. I appreciate it.
Council President, could I ask Councilman Blakely something about his amendment?
Well, let me complete the amendment first.
Let him finish. Let him finish clarifying exactly what he's talking about. And then you can ask your question after he makes it clear.
I just sent it to you. It's on page 18. It's amend the following. I want to amend the allowable redevelopment area plans. I just sent it to you. This is going to add the downtown area to this ordinance. I sent you an email and I'll read it for your benefit. Do you have it, Mr. Conway?
It is, I do have it, and I'm putting it up on the screen right now.
Okay. This is to amend, I think it's page 18, section 2, and it's Canal Banks redevelopment plan as amended September 2005, section B2, B4, conditional land uses, business A, BA, dispensary only along North Warren, North Broad Street, North Willow, and East State Street. That would re-include the downtown Trenton area.
So it's going to go in
there. It is section 2.
Right. This is section 2 and the following redevelopment. It's basically going to go to. I don't think these are in alphabetical order, so it'll go right back. It'll go somewhere in here. On the
yes.
Now this is for permitted uses. Let me take a look at your amendment again. Okay. So let me take a look.
Just adding that area to amend the redevelopment area plans to allow cannabis dispensaries for this area.
It should actually. You're saying permitted uses, but I'd like to hear from the lawyers who actually drafted this, just where actually it should go, because you have cannabis dispensaries with conditional uses here within the. Oh, okay, I got it. No, I see what you're talking about. Okay, so yeah, it should go right down here. And you.
Yeah, I would also like to. Yeah, I would also like to include just South Warren Street as well. So it should be South and North Warren, and North Broad Street, North Willow, and East State Street.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, so you want along South and North Warren.
Yes.
So, okay, South and North Warren, and that's it?
No, in the remainder of the area.
Right, I'm saying, but aside from that, so it will read.
Yeah.
It will read like this: Canal Banks redevelopment plan as amended September 2005, section B2, B4, conditional land uses, business A, BA, dispensary along South and North Warren, North Broad Street, North Willow, and East State Street.
Yes, I'd like to offer that as an amendment.
I have an amendment. Offered by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle. Any council president, would you like to open the floor for debate?
Yes, Council President.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
I will not be voting for this amendment, but I will. I'm looking at the Canal Banks redevelopment plan, and it's quite extensive, the number of streets that we're talking about, and this is something that we need to reserve for the residents of these streets and this community to chime in here, because the way the actual development plan reads, it says the Canal Banks area starting at the northeast intersection of North Calhoun Street and Capitol Street, moving easterly along Capitol Street to westerly edge of West Hanover Street, along Hanover Street to North Broad Street, West State Street, West Canal, on the northern edge of the Delaware and Raritan Canal. It's west near Junior 5 School, northwest along the real property line of Junior 5 School and Myers Alley, northeast along Myers Alley to Old Rose Street, north on Old Rose Street to Brunswick Avenue, to Sanford Street. It goes along Sanford Street to the Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. It goes up the Reservoir Street into Pennington Avenue, south along the edge of the rear of Pennington Avenue and Calhoun Street. It goes through Wilson Street, Reservoir Street, Marion Street, Belvedere, West Hanover, and Hanover. So the Canal Banks is quite extensive. So I won't be voting for this for that reason. And until we again have maybe at a later date, Mr. Councilman Blakely. But today I will not be because of the extent, the scope of. But Drew, I didn't interrupt you. Right? So those.
I apologize. Go right ahead.
Yeah, those are the streets that are on the Canal Banks redevelopment plan, and those neighborhoods need to be informed, and it needs to be communicated that these dispensaries potentially will be in their neighborhoods. I yield the floor.
President McBride, I'd like to address her question because I think she brings up a very legitimate point that I'd like to address. If you look at the language, it definitely does not include the residential neighborhoods and streets you just mentioned. It says only, so it's in the Canal Banks redevelopment zone area, however, only on Warren, Broad, North Willow, and East State Street. So it is not included, the areas like Belvedere and Pennington Avenue that you referenced. I think that your point is very legitimate. We want to make sure that these areas are only in business districts, and I would not actually support this if it was making the entire Canal Banks redevelopment area, available for cannabis businesses. I totally agree with you, and if you look at this particular ordinance, this particular amendment, it clearly states only North and South Warren, North Broad Street, North Willow, and East State Street. And furthermore, to your point about the next to like schools and churches of that nature, other language in the ordinance would preclude, things being too close to like things like schools and that nature. And so I just want to be very clear. This is only a very limited area in the Canal Banks redevelopment zone. It is not the entire Canal Banks. It's not even close to the entire Canal Banks redevelopment plan. It's only Warren, North Broad Street, North Willow, and East State Street.
Okay, so having said that, Councilman Blakely, if we can go back on page 3 and amend that accordingly, though. Because on page 3 in the matrix, that needs to be adjusted as well.
Yes, let me pull up.
So if we go to page 3, and the second whereas clause, and it says,
page 3?
Yes.
Okay.
So you see the matrix right there? And it says zoning districts. And then it says the second whereas clause, the city wishes to amend the land development ordinance as follows to the following zoning district. Yeah, right there. And see, it says Canal Banks. It just says Canal Banks. So I think that is that's conflicting language in the ordinance. So I think we need to amend that
No, I agree. If you look, actually, this ordinance does not, there were a number of things that are not in the original ordinance that are here. Like, for example, coal port, I think is listed here. It's coal port here. That is not in the original. Can we have some clarification regarding, the proper language to ensure that it is only the areas that we are actually, that's outlined in the ordinance? Because it seems that this was not translated when this ordinance was drafted with the amended, the limited number of redevelopment area plans. This includes the...
Yep, and Coalport encompasses of quite a number of neighborhood streets as well.
So I think that, is it proper to put, and I'm asking here just because it seems that this was not edited when this new ordinance was developed to us, if we just change that, whereas the city wishes to amend the land development ordinance as outlined in the ordinance, just so that
you could put,
only the areas.
Yeah, you could put as detailed below just so that it's consistent. So that's consistent with page, I guess it's on 19 where the permitted uses are section 2. So that should be amended as well. To the extent you want the original ordinance that was recommended, I could forward that to you so you could see the changes that were made and what was not made.
Okay, so I want to make...
So in that page 3, I would say consistent with, on page 3, with you and Miss Vaughn were just referencing, I think it should be amended to put consistent with section 2 below.
Okay, great, thank you. So I will, the city wishes to amend, so I have a word, I'm going to, add an additional amendment. With the initial amendment to the changes that I referenced, as well as do an accompanying amendment to reflect the language that that Wes just highlighted. Can we do that, Mr. Conlon? And I'd like to put that together because they're so similar and it's clarifying some of the language previously. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Vaughn. That was a very good catch. I appreciate you bringing that to the table because that's a very legitimate point. We want to make sure that this language is as proper as possible.
Mr. Bridges, what was that language to be consistent with?
As detailed more specifically below in section 2 permitted uses.
Really good job, President. I mean, that was a great catch. I think that's a good point. Again, I don't want to reiterate that enough.
Council President.
So I'd like to offer that for an amendment.
And Councilman Blakely, and that will apply to certain other areas of the city where they list redevelopment complex plans and they have the coal port, the marine terminal. You just got to be careful that the plan specifies a area that with like neighborhood streets that should not be included.
I agree. I just think for this one, I agree totally. I don't want this in residential neighborhoods. I think.
And so we still need to have Mr. Kaloji and Mr. West, as I stated earlier, behind every amendment, go on the record with a legal opinion.
As per my email, this is not a substantial change in what was recommended. I think it's proper.
Mr. Kaloji?
Can I just ask the clerk to spell out, we've done a lot of...
Yeah, I'm getting now. I'm working on it right now. It's okay. This on the floor, so just give me 1 second.
We always ask for payment.
Council President.
Okay, so
yes, sir.
Yeah. I got a question. Councilman Blakey, the locations you're adding are the ones from the planning board?
Yes.
The locations of 5.
Yes. Yeah. No,
That,
I'm just
that's
adding
that's
the
what my
downtown location.
that,
I'm just adding.
right.
I'm just adding the location, the downtown location.
So you're adding 5 locations, right? So a total of 10.
No. I'm just adding the downtown location. That's it. We can get the other.
I couldn't hear that.
He said he's adding downtown, Councilman Harrison.
Okay.
Did you hear him? Did you hear me?
No, I didn't hear him. I heard it cut off.
He said that he's adding the downtown locations.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Now, Council President, could I speak?
Yes, go right ahead.
The only thing that I would want us to caution, Councilman Blakely, because I'm going to have some adjustments to the redevelop the areas where the cannabis business can be restricted. So now the streets and locations, now although Warren Street and the areas that you're designating, would it be fair to wait until or have a conversation with the business owners and folks in that area?
I think that there is a consensus. I've talked to business owners. I feel comfortable with including. I think there is a great outcry from our residents in the city of Trenton to include downtown. I've spoke to them. Folks have reached out to me, the Latino merchants and a group of other folks. And so I feel very confident that this is the will of the majority.
The reason why. Yep. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I feel quite comfortable to your point about listening to the folks on this call who are largely Trenton residents who would be positively impacted by this area. Also, I would like to add that we have an existing business, Weed Man, who is known as Weed Man, who would be covered in this area. I believe that Weed Man is a giant and is someone that deserves a license. And I think that it would be highly ironic that someone who has been in the forefront of this war against the war on drugs would be excluded from a city ordinance. He has an existing business. And I think it would be poetic justice that if someone who has carried the mantle of the war to fight the war against the war on drugs would be poetic justice if he was allowed to have a legal dispensary. And I just think that it would be proper to include that in this area. And that's why I am offering that. I think Weed Man deserves, and I think other businesses, but particularly an existing business right across the street from City Hall who has done so much in this city to fight. He fought when, he fought when it wasn't popular to be a proponent against the war on drugs. He put his time, his life, his energy on the line. And I just think that this council has an opportunity to do right by someone who has done right by this city. He employs local residents, and amending this ordinance in this way would give him an opportunity, as well as open up all of downtown to potential cannabis businesses. And that's why I am, offering this amendment.
Councilman Blakely, I just want to also tell you that you're adding East State Street probably is redundant because Coldport redevelopment plan already includes East State Street and the block that Weed Man is on.
So I would like to just.
So this is where I need page 3 to be fully reconciled with page 18 because a lot of overlap is there in 18 because, and whereas clause on page 3 where it talks about the land development ordinance and it cites all the redevelopment areas, Coldport is the area of downtown Trenton that the Weed Man's restaurant is on, and the Canal Banks is some of the streets that you hit on, and then you got the Roebling Complex development plans. There's a lot of streets that are included in that plan, So I think that somehow, some way, we should write a whereas clause that says we have to reassess those zones in a public meeting so that we can determine, we can say 10, we're going to have 10 dispensaries and increase the number, but I think the number of, where those locations are going to be have yet to be defined. I don't think that we should define them here today.
President Brown, we're not doing that. We're not doing that in this amendment. We're just offering this as a possible site. It still has to go through the cannabis board that is outlined in this ordinance, as well as the planning board and other public bodies. This is just allowing it for the possibility of having it. And for the canal banks, I think East State Street would cover the part that possibly that Coalport does not include. And so to your point, I think that it's proper to outline so that we, particularly in downtown in the canal banks, that we outline explicitly what streets are included so that, we don't include the residential neighborhoods, so that we don't have a cannabis business on Belvedere Avenue or in a residential neighborhood, which is why I amended the ordinance the way that I did. And I think your suggestion to make sure that the language is congruent in the beginning of the ordinance and where the areas of redevelopment are outlined, I think that's a good idea.
So, Mr. Kaloji, excuse me, point of order. Mr. Kaloji, could you please weigh in on your legal opinion on the record, please?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Oh, how about now?
Yes, it's better.
Okay. Yeah, I've spoken to Mr. Bridges several times today, and if these are the amendments that he had considered this morning, we got some advance notice of potential amendments. In their totality, my understanding is that Mr. Bridges' opinion, which I will defer to in this case because of his knowledge of Trenton as opposed to mine, would not, as a whole, substantially affect the substance of the ordinance. Is that correct, Mr. Bridges?
Yes, that's correct. Every amendment thus far that we have discussed, I put in several emails to the council body and have opined that they are not substantial. They don't change the spirit and tenor of the actual ordinance. So unless and until there's an amendment that I've not heard of, I am already on the record, written email several times that these are not substantial. I do agree wholeheartedly with both Councilman Vaughn and Councilman Blakely that the Section 3 needs to be reconciled to marry up perfectly with the Section 2 on page 18. And that could be done by lining it out and just say, basically parroting verbatim what's in Section 2, page 18, or by putting a sentence in there, identifying locations, and then stating consistent with permitted uses as detailed in Section 2.1 on page 18.
And I'd like to do exactly what Wes outlined in terms of adding canal banks in the particular streets that I mentioned.
Okay, so I cleaned it up a little bit, gentlemen. I just want to read this for the attorneys. The first one's pretty easy. That was, that one already passed. This is the second one. This is for the whereas clause. It's whereas the city wishes to amend the land development ordinance to be consistent as detailed more specifically below in Section 2, amend the following redevelopment area plan, subsection 1, permitted uses. Is that acceptable?
That's acceptable to me. Yes, sir.
I'm asking the attorneys if it's legal acceptable for Mr. Bridges. Is it acceptable for it's your ordinance that you drafted? So is that the language?
I'm looking at it now. Bear with me.
Council President?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Correct. That's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
About this amendment, East State Street, I think we need to specify what sections of East State Street, because a large portion of East State Street is residential.
President McBride?
East State Street, is that the whole of East State Street? Because East State Street runs all the way from, say the Stockton Street, right? Or even, Stockton Street, all the way past the City Hall all the way up to the East State Street goes to, wow, all the way to Hamilton, all the way up to.
Can we include until that Hogan Way? Hogan Way, I think, is the street that is parallel to City Hall. And so, I am happy to, mitigate the inclusion of residential neighborhoods by amending East State Street to Hogan Way.
Or what's the name of the street that's South Clinton Avenue, right? No, is that South Clinton Avenue, right? That's where the corner of South Clinton and East State Street, where the old YMCA used to be.
So I think East State Street from Warren to Hogan, so it doesn't go past City Hall. It's just right where it is parallel to City Hall. I think
the corner where we man shop is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I think that's okay.
Yeah. Listen, I will say that you're offering wonderful amendments to my amendments. I appreciate you offering those amendments, and I think they're making them stronger. Thank you.
So you wanted to say an East State Street between Warren and Hogan?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Michelle, you have the second. Are you in agreement with this?
Yes.
Okay. Council President, do you want to continue debate on this?
So where are we at, Mr. Conlon?
Okay, so we...
Now, in that same graph, now North Broad Street.
Excuse me, Councilwoman. Mr. Conlon, where are we?
We are on the Second Amendment. Mr. Blakely has, I believe, finished his amendment. The First Amendment is to add the following language this is to Section 2, subsection 1. And that's Canal Bank Street Development Plan as amended September 2005, Section B2, B4. Conditional land uses, businesses A, BA, dispensary only along South and North Warren, North Broad Street, North Willow, and East State Street between Warren and Hogan. The second part of the amendment is to change the whereas clause to read, whereas the city wishes to amend the land development ordinance to be consistent as detailed more specifically below in Section 2, amend the following redevelopment area plans, subsection 1, permitted uses. And Mr. Blakely has offered the amendment. It has been amended. The amendment has been amended. Mr. Michelle has agreed to the amended amendment, and we are still we are at the point where we can continue debate. Or
I'd like to call a question.
And Council President, do you agree to call the question, or would you like to move that to the vote?
No, he can call the question.
Okay, so we have a question. We have a question on the floor for the Second Amendment. I have read that into the record. The attorneys have said that it is good to go. I'll now call the roll for this amendment. I have an amendment offered by Mr. Blakely, seconded by Mr. Michelle. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Blakely votes yes. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes yes. Mr. Harrison? Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
I'm going to abstain from this vote because...
So ordered. The motion carries by a vote of 6-0. The amendment is approved. It does not adopt the ordinance once again, but the ordinance has been amended, and the attorneys have indicated it is not a substantial amendment.
One more amendment that I would like to offer.
Go right ahead, Councilman Blake.
Thank you, President McBride. I'm sending you the language, Mr. Conlon. And it is the labor union, suggested to ensure that the owners of cannabis places demonstrate a commitment or sufficient experience as responsible employers. I will read it. It can, you would put it into the evaluation process in section 146-23. And I can read it for your benefit, just for read it for the record.
I can read it into the record, sir.
What's that?
I can read it into the record. It's not a
That'd
problem.
be great. Thank you.
Let me put it up on the screen as well. And just clarify once again the section that this is going into.
Yes, sir. 1 second. It'll be in 146-23.
What page is that on?
That is on. Give me a second. Let me look for it. It's in the evaluation portion. Give me 1 second. 146. Give me 1 second. 146. That is on page 12. It should be included in one of these in the evaluation. It doesn't have to be D. It could be, at the end, but that should be, I believe, an evaluative process. I think that, this is a proper ordinance to ensure that workers are protected, would also ensure that these are good jobs, that people are in protected jobs where they are not abused. And I think that it is a common sense mechanism to ensure, it doesn't automatically give preference to places that unionize places, but it does encourage encourage businesses to consider, to make sure that their folks are unionized.
And can you read the amendment?
Yeah.
So it'll actually be subsection J because there's already an existing E. If that meets Mr. Bridges' requirements, but the amendment offered for amendment number 3 is applicants or its owners demonstrated commitment or sufficient experience as responsible employers defined as the applicant entity being a party to a labor peace agreement or the applicant entity or its parent company being party to a collective bargaining agreement in the regulated cannabis industry for at least 1 year prior to application for a cannabis establishment license in an effort to create well-paying jobs with employee benefits in the municipality, 20% in total, 5 points for labor peace, full 20 points for collective bargaining agreement in effect for at least 1 year. And Council President, just I don't know if you'd like to have the lawyers just review this for substantial.
Yes, as always.
And Mr. Claudio, just because you're on the phone, I'm going to email you the language so you can take a look at it as well. Mr. Bridges can see it on the screen unless you'd like me to forward it to him.
Yes, I reviewed it. It would only be another one of the criteria. Right now, we've got criteria in subsection 1 under 146-23 going from small a to small I. I assume this would be inserted as new subsection J?
That's correct.
Okay, so this would be just another one of the criteria that the committee would consider in their evaluation. So I don't believe it has any effect on the overall substantive aspects of the ordinance.
I would agree with that assessment. I do have a little bit of concern with the language that we could talk about offline if with respect to the amount of time that one has to be organized. But with respect to the purpose of it, I don't think it's substantial. It could be amended.
Thank you. I'd like to, I'm open to having this debated like all other ordinances. I would just reiterate that I believe.
Council President, could I have a comment here?
Go right ahead.
I want to say, yes, Councilman Blakely, I just want a question to the lawyers as well, or perhaps you may have the answer. This is your amendment. Shouldn't there be a size of business that meets this requirement? Depending on the size of the dispensary or, the growth of the dispensary, I don't think some of these dispensaries will be small business, the size of a small business, probably, 2 to 3 employees or 2 to 5 employees. would it make sense to have them adhere to comply with such a burden of a collective bargaining agreement?
I think that's a really legitimate question, Councilwoman Vaughn, and I would just say this. I don't want any jobs in Trenton. I don't care if they're by small business owners or large business owners that don't respect the rights of workers. I think it's really important that we send a message, and I think also this would encourage folks. This is not and I think to your point, I totally understand where you're coming from, but this is just one additional piece in the evaluation kind of matrix. And so it would not, I think, totally leave micro businesses out of contention. But I think that if we have an opportunity to encourage our employers to have collective bargaining agreements, which generally, more African Americans are a part of, more African Americans than any other constituency in the country are a part of a collective bargaining agreement. And it's just a simple way to encourage the creation of good jobs with stable benefits and really important employee protections. And so this is just one out of, more than 10 opportunities to evaluate. And I think that this would send a message that we encourage solid, middle-class, well-paying jobs. And this doesn't mean that all of the cannabis businesses have to have union jobs, but it would be, I think, a strong message that Trenton encourages fair collective bargaining agreement. And I think to your point, Councilwoman Vaughn, I think you speak so passionately about the importance of making sure that Trentonians get good paying jobs and that they are not given, kind of the short end of the stick. And this would encourage the businesses that are here or that want to come here, that they ensure that the people who do work here are respected and giving the benefit of a collective bargaining agreement. As someone who works for a union, someone who's been active, and I'm actually belong to 2 unions, I know how important, collective bargaining agreements are to worker income as well as worker dignity.
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I agree with Councilman Blakely on this. I also have my reservations. So for small businesses that are going to be pay less than minimum wage because they have very few employees, but still they make the same money as any others, especially in this, because the prices are going to be across the board. I believe that the regulations are going to be the same. The pricing is going to be, I understand. I have not seen the state regulations yet because we have not seen them, but I believe so. So I definitely agree that we have to include those labor-related issues now because it's for the benefit of everybody in the city. That's what I have to say.
Mr. Collins, you may continue.
I have a motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second to Mr. Blakely's motion to amend it? I'm going to read the amendment just one more time. This
Second.
is to add. I do have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Just going to read it into the record one more time. To add section 146-23 onto page 12 is a new subsection J, applicants or its owners demonstrated commitment or sufficient experience as a responsible owner, employers, defined as the applicant entity being a party to a labor peace agreement or the applicant entity or its parent company being a party to a collective bargaining agreement in the regulated cannabis industry for at least 1 year prior to application for a cannabis establishment license in an effort to create open jobs with employee benefits in the municipality, 20% in total, 5 points for a labor peace agreement, full 20 points for a collective bargaining agreement in effect for at least 1 year. A motion by Mr. Blakely, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Council President McBride votes yes. The ayes have it. The amendment number 3 is added. This does not approve or adopt the ordinance. Amendment number 3 was added by a vote of 7-0.
I don't have any other amendments. Thank you to my colleagues for their excellent vote. I think you guys did an amazing job today. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Now, does anybody else have any amendments or debate on the ordinance?
I have a few.
I have a comment.
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, there was a point there, the locations of the cannabis business, 100 feet away from the schools. I believe that have to be changed to 1,000 feet away from the schools. You know, that something that, I don't know if it was changed, because I have 3 or 4 different versions of this, you know, and it is in the for the location, the schools, concerning the schools.
It was changed. Councilman, it was changed to 1,000 feet.
Is in this new ordinance, but it couldn't be changed last week because we didn't vote on that last week. We didn't vote for any changes. But if it was changed, if it's in the final one says 1,000 feet, it's okay with me. That's what I want to clarify that. But make sure it's here now, so that we don't have to come back.
Well, that was one of my amendments. So if we want to move to my amendments, I will make sure that gets addressed. I have that highlighted. Let's council, all right, who's doing their amendments now? Is it Councilman Rodriguez or is my turn, Council President?
Councilman Rodriguez had a question and he was trying to get it answered. And if he's finished, Councilman.
I don't know if it's included or not. If it's included, it doesn't matter. But if it's not included, I want to add it as an amendment.
Right, the 1,000 feet should be included. Am I correct, Council? Mr. Bridges and Mr. Kaloji should be answering that question.
My only question is, what was in the ordinance that we adopted back in early August? Was it 1,000 feet?
1,000 feet, yes.
Yeah, it's right here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clark.
It's not in the order. It's not in the order.
Pardon me?
It's not in the ordinance. If we go to page 18, it's section 2, number 2. It needs to be added in there. It's not.
It should have been in the original. It should have been in the original.
It's not here now. It's not here now.
I do believe she is correct.
Well, why wouldn't it be there? That means that the original ordinance is not there, because the one that we voted on 2 weeks ago was the 1,000 feet was in there.
Well, let me take a look.
I didn't see it.
See page 9 and page 18.
Thank you, Ms. Correct. Is it in there? This should be for
it's on page
Mr.
9.
Bridges.
Yeah, it's 1,000 feet on page 18 for cannabis dispensaries.
You called for me, Council President?
Pardon me?
Did you just call me?
Yeah, I was saying that you should have been able to tell the councilman whether or not the 1,000 feet was included in this ordinance, because it's the 1,000 feet was what we voted on when we introduced this ordinance.
Right, of course it is. Why would it change? I don't have access to this, so I don't have any reason to know why it changed.
Versions.
I don't know what version he has. I don't have control over this document once it's delivered to the clerk's office. I don't have the ability to manipulate it, do anything to it.
I'm looking at it.
Page 18, number 5.
Right, page 18, number 5, though, doesn't speak to schools. It only speaks to cannabis, other cannabis dispensaries.
Yes, dispensaries, not schools.
It says 146-18-1B, cannabis dispensaries should not be located within 1,000 feet of any public schools where children are routinely present. That's the version that I have that I'm looking at. I don't know if it can change.
Councilman. All right. Is that good enough for you, Councilman Rodriguez?
I just need to make sure that
Can I say it? I don't say, the one I say is still under dispensaries.
Yeah, it's number B. So it's actually down here. Hold on one second.
Yeah, just put it there so I can see it. You can zoom in a little bit because I'm blind.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
It's on page 9.
Monty.
No, page 9, that's page 18.
Here. Cannabis dispensaries should not be located within 1,000 feet from any public school where children are routinely present.
Okay, good.
Well, it should be any school, right? Catholic school, otherwise, right? Private school. Why is it just public?
That's right. It should be any schools because there's other schools in Trenton.
There's daycare centers.
Yeah. Daycare centers, preschools. There's a lot of preschools, about 30 of them.
So are you proposing an amendment to just take out the word public and put school?
That's right.
Put any school.
All schools. Either public or schools.
What is, okay, so Ms. Vaughn, you're proposing an amendment with the language of the...
It's Councilman Rodriguez's amendment, but I just put my 2 cents.
Mr. Rodriguez, you're proposing an amendment. Do you want, what do you...
It says public,
any school?
Public schools make all schools.
Gotcha.
Not any, all.
Gotcha. Okay, so, Mr. Rodriguez, this is the 4th Amendment.
Into the public, it just be into the public all schools where children are routinely present.
So remove the word public and add all schools.
And daycare centers.
Any and all schools.
All schools, not any.
Any and all schools, period.
With daycare, it's another.
The any should not be there. It should be.
Well, the any is actually already there.
Council President, if I may, just make a statement.
Council President had to leave. Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead.
I do understand the council's point, and I do recall when this change was made at council members' request. I want to point out a couple of things. Number one, when this ordinance was drafted, it was specifically put in place the City Cannabis Advisory Committee, of which members of the public, council, and administration sit on. So I just want everybody to remember the fact that anybody that's coming for a letter of support, or anybody that's coming to do business within the city boundaries, has to go before that committee. I've raised that just for one reason. You're saying any schools, and that makes perfect sense. I'm just a little concerned from a legal standpoint and a zoning and redevelopment standpoint with respect to any and all daycares. There may very well be daycares all over the city of Trenton, and by putting that in there, you may be basically cutting out an additional chunk of areas where this could go. Again, I defer to the council's wishes on this. But
what I want. That's specifically what I want. If there's a daycare in the corner within 1,000 feet, there should not be a dispensary there.
Great.
All right, again, I raised that for council's consideration, and I defer to what you guys decide to do. Thank you.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, you want to take out the word any and public and just put from all schools.
All schools.
Okay, so remove any. Remove public.
The cities in Trenton now, most daycares, they have preschool program in them. It's about 30 of them. Daycare centers that were with the new law that created the preschools, the district gave those contracts to all daycare centers in Trenton. they have also, at least most of daycares have preschools on them, which is public schools, preschool.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Rodriguez?
Who's that?
This is
Councilman
Councilman
Blakely?
Blakely. Yes. Can
Okay, go
I
ahead.
make a point?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. So I'd like to make the following point. One of the most insidious aspects of the war on drugs is that it particularly criminalized cities with their 500 feet or 1,000 feet laws regarding, in terms of enhanced penalties when you're by a school or when you are by a daycare or when you're by a public park. Trenton, because of our densely populated nature, would, all of you, if you sold drugs in any part of Trenton, you were hit with increased penalties because of that 1,000 feet rule. And so I want us to, understand that, are there current laws that preclude alcohol, liquor stores from adhering to that particular law?
Yeah. Yes,
What is the law for liquor stores? Because I would feel comfortable making sure that the laws that pertain to distance from schools and other public parks that not public parks but schools also aligns to our liquor store policy in the state. Because unfortunately, if we do it, if we did 1,500, I think even if we do 1,000 feet, we're actually limiting much of the city, even in the zones that we articulate. I know that there's a school in downtown Trenton, Daylight Twilight, that would I think not allow plenty of schools to be or plenty of areas in the city, because pretty much all of the city is 1,000 feet away from a school or from a public space. And so I would seriously recommend that we it has to come before the planning board, and to give the planning board the ability to make the decisions. Those planning boards are going to be city residents. They're going to be people from here, and we don't want to put too much so that there are only a limited number of places where cannabis businesses could thrive. I'm totally conscious, and I agree that we don't want a cannabis a cannabis business across the street from a school. But 1,000 feet in Trenton is pretty far. Can someone tell me what 1,000 feet would be in reference, in terms of what is that, a block? Is that
from Twilight to the corner of State, probably. 100 feet is from one side of the street to the other. My lot is 100 feet long, and I tell you, that's how big my garden is. So 100 feet is not far enough.
Yeah, I agree. No, I totally agree. I totally agree that 100 feet is not far enough, and I wouldn't support 100 feet because I think that's too close to a school. For example, there's a daycare right downtown on Warren Street that would preclude a business from being sold. I think that there's a happy medium that we could do, and we could possibly include it like maybe 500 feet in the actual zones, but anything that we put is just a recommendation, or even 750 would be appropriate. But also I would add,
I agree with you, Mr. Blakely. Yeah, we could make it a little bit less than 1,000.
Yeah, I think 500 would be fine, because at the end of the day, it would allow us not to preclude all areas of the city. And I would just add just one last thing. Preschools, some preschools have 2 or 3 students in them, or maybe 5 students. And of course, they deserve not to be located next to. But I think that it would also be worthy if we include it so that we're not including the smaller daycares, because the small daycares, they could be right next door to a liquor store. They could be anywhere. And so what I'm saying is,
Mr. Blakely,
So council people, Councilman. Mr. Rodriguez, if I
let's
may.
make it daycares that have
Mr.
preschools on them.
What's that?
Point of order. I just want to interject something. I would like the attorneys to give us the rulings on the I believe it's 1,000 feet from a liquor store, and I just wanted to clarify that.
Council Vice President, I'm going through the ABC ordinances as we speak. I'm trying to locate any reference to an ordinance that talks about liquor stores. I mean, it's a policy decision what council wants to do as far as putting a limitation, whether it's 500 feet or 1,000 feet. But I certainly concur with Mr. Blakely's remarks when you're talking about a concentrated center. 1,000 feet is like a fifth of a mile. So, you know, it's
Council Vice President, if I may also.
I'd like to revert back to Mr. Blakely. I'd like to refer back to Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, would you like to amend that to make it a lesser amount?
Yes, yes. And also
And
what
what
I
are you
was saying was
recommending?
that we could limit it to schools where they have daycares that have in the preschool program.
How many feet are you recommending?
Well, let's go for 500.
Could I speak, Council President, Vice President?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Well, I believe, I know for certain, when I look at cities like Philadelphia, New York City, it has been traditionally 1,000 feet. And I don't want to compromise that amount because I believe at the end of the day, as much as the cannabis industry may provide profit and revenue to our city, but our biggest asset, it may be an asset to our city over long term, but the biggest asset are our children. And I believe that 1,000 feet will suffice. And if there is an issue where there's a conflict, we can always go back to make the adjustment as Mr. Blakely commented that we do have a board in place. And if there's a business, a dispensary that want to make a case, if they want to put next to a school, then we should be able to review them as a one-off. But in the common practice, I think 1,000 feet is acceptable. And I think any business person would understand that you don't want your kid to be walking around, marijuana before they are of age or alcohol. So I'm supportive of the 1,000 feet.
President McBride.
Council Vice President.
Could I
Council Vice
ask
President?
one thing, Council President Pro Tem Caldwell Wilson?
Yes,
okay,
go
thank
ahead.
you. So the issue that I have is that because of the densely populated nature of Trenton, as well as the size of Trenton, having the 1,000 feet would pretty much knock everybody off of contention, even the areas that we have designated. There are, daycares within 500 feet of Weedman and another one from 500 feet of all of South Warren. And so, we're on one hand saying that certain areas are available for cannabis businesses. And on the other, and I'm just saying, I think it's at the same time, we want to give, I'm sorry. So we are, I think it's important that we don't preclude, because if we do that, then we're actually cutting off our nose to spite our face when we're trying to, and I totally agree. We don't want a cannabis business directly, just like I don't want a liquor store directly across the street from a daycare. I don't want that. I don't like that at all. However, I think that this is a common sense way. If there's small daycares, fine, right? If they're small daycares that are run out of somebody's home, I think that's one thing. I definitely don't want us to have larger daycares. So I would offer an amendment to the amendment so that specifically for daycares, if we do a minimum of, say 60 folks, if there are, 60 or more folks or more pupils in a daycare, then that would preclude some of the more mom and pop establishments that are in residential and close to business districts. But the larger, kind of preschools that Mr. Rodriguez referenced, I concur that there should be, a ban from those. But many of these daycares might have 3 students, 5 students, 10 students, might be in someone's home. And we don't want to use that, as an opportunity to not encourage businesses to locate. And I think that, for the areas that we're not doing it in residential neighborhoods, and I think that that would be a good balance. And I would just hope that Mr.
I would like to, Councilman, if I may, no matter where these businesses are going to go, they're going to be near residents, because we have apartments in downtown, we have apartments everywhere. There's always going to be children around. And I think we're getting caught up in all the minutiae here. I think that we should revert back to 1,000 feet from public schools, period. That's just my opinion.
If we could do I think we could do public schools and just do 500 and leave daycares out of it. If we leave daycares out of it and we just put schools and do 500 feet, I think that's a happy medium. Because 1,000 feet is a really long.
Council Vice President?
Yes, Councilman Harrison.
Okay, let's just make them, let's meet in the middle, 750 feet. 500 on one side, 1,000 on the other side, meet 750 in the middle. There we go.
What does the ABC
That sound
law
good?
say? What does the ABC law says?
The ABC law says specifically under Chapter H1, 200 feet from any church or public school, and under Section 2, within 1,000 feet of any other premises that's selling alcohol beverages.
I think that if it's 250 for liquor stores, we can do 500, and that's double the space that we do for liquor stores. And we could just do the same language for public schools. So if we're saying, okay, we have some issues around marijuana being around schools, fine. We could just double what we do existing for liquor stores.
Let's follow the liquor store.
Councilwoman, let Mr. Blakely finish, please.
Yeah, I think you're bringing up a really good point, Councilwoman Vaughn, about looking at the existing laws as it relates to liquor stores. I think it's a really good idea we can look at the 250, we can double it to address the concerns of residents that don't want it within, and we can say, listen, we have doubled as a city the location from schools. I think daycares, daycares are included with schools, they're schools. And I think if we just do the 500, I think that's a happy medium. I just think 1,000 feet from a space like a school would be a problem. And
So, Councilman, would you be willing to go to 750 as a compromise?
What's that?
Would you be willing to go to 750 as a compromise?
It's not my amendment. It's not my amendment. It's not my amendment. It's Councilwoman.
Okay. Councilwoman?
It's Mr. Rodriguez's amendment, ma'am.
Oh, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, I'll be willing. 750 is okay. 500 is okay with me. 750 is okay with me.
I think 500. I think we really got to do 500.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Blakely, let Mr. Rodriguez finish, please.
Okay.
And probably later on, we could increase the distances into the ABC one to make it 500 also, 750. So we have too many of them in the city anyway.
So, sir, what
I agree. If we make a compromise on 750, I go for it. If we make a compromise on 500, I go for it.
Which one are you offering, sir?
500, Councilman Rodriguez, please.
750.
750.
750.
750.
Okay.
Okay, so I have an offer of an amendment by Mr. Rodriguez to change Section 146 1B, amending the paragraph as follows. It'll now read, cannabis dispensary should not be located within 750 feet from all schools where children are routinely
No, I
present.
thought it was public schools.
They wanted to remove public schools because of Catholic schools and other private schools, ma'am.
Well, preschools are public
So
schools
can I have
anyway,
the
because
attorney
they are
weigh in on
financed by
this
the district.
amendment? Could I please have the attorneys weigh in on this amendment on the record? Thank you.
It works for me. It's not substantial. It can go forward.
It's a policy issue. I think, it should be uniform. We probably don't want it limited to one type of school, but not another type of school. So I don't have a problem with it.
That was the amendment offered by Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez did want the public portion of that removed, and he specifically cited Catholic schools in that, so I just went with his amendment, not anything I changed.
Okay.
Yeah, we have all the schools that are private, but they are schools also.
So
Ms. Conlon, you want to read the amendment?
Yes, ma'am. This will amend section, this is an offered by Mr. Rodriguez. I'll ask for a second in a second. This is to amend section 146.18.1B. The new section would read, cannabis dispensaries shall not be located within 750 feet from all schools where children are present. Do I have a second to Mr. Rodriguez's motion?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. Chair, would you like me to call the roll?
Please do.
This is for amendment number 4 to section 146-18.1B, amending subsection B, cannabis dispensaries shall not be located within 1,000 feet from any public schools where children are present. It is amending it to read, cannabis dispensaries shall not be located within 750 feet from all schools where children are present. I have an offer by Mr. Rodriguez, a second by Ms. Vaughn, and I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Abstain.
Mr. Blakely abstains. I'll call you last, ma'am. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride is absent. Ms. Caldwell
I
Wilson.
vote yes. Yes.
Council Chair votes Caldwell Wilson votes yes. The amendment carries by a vote of 4-0 with 1 abstention, 1 absent. Sorry, 5-0. Abstention, 1 absent.
Councilwoman Vaughn, you have your amendments?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to move it.
Okay, ma'am, I'm ready. Where were we amending?
Okay, page 3. Second whereas clause. We talked about this at the top of the meeting with Councilman Blakely, and they agreed to amend this section to reconcile with page 18, amendments for the following redevelopment area plans as to where the locations and areas the dispensaries can be operational. And right there where it says Pennington Avenue, can you remove that, please?
Okay, we're on page 3. Hold on 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
So where are we again? One more time.
Page 3, second whereas clause.
On page 3 has already been amended, ma'am. So you're asking for a reconsideration. That whole section is gone.
Okay.
The only thing, that whole section, including the chart, from here on has already been amended. All of this has been removed.
Please.
And it reads now, I'll just show you what it reads. It reads now, amending, it says, whereas the city wishes to amend the land development ordinance to be consistent as detailed more specifically below in section 2, amend the following redevelopment area plan, subsection 1, permitted uses.
Okay, well, let's go to page 18, permitted uses. And Enterprise Avenue area development plan. That area to be only to Roebling complex. The redevelopment plan should be removed because that plan has many streets on there that we do not want included. Mm-hmm. So the Roebling redevelopment plan, page 18, section 2, it says Enterprise Avenue area redevelopment plan. Does that mean every street that's have been identified that's part of that particular area? Because that is a lot of residential streets in that area. Hudson
Mr. Bridges?
Greenwood Avenue, that's the historic district. Hamilton Avenue, and that has to be removed. It says,
Mr. Bridges?
all right, but can I finish, Ms. Vice President? So I would want that removed unless my council members will want a specific street or area. It has to be really specific to include that whole area because it includes, per the redevelopment plan, the Trenton train station, Hudson Street, Greenwood Avenue, Market Street, Roebling Gateway neighborhood, the Hamilton Avenue, Greenwood Avenue Historic District, Clinton Avenue, and Hudson Avenue, Tyler Street, expansion near the Robbins School, Tyler Street. So there are a lot of areas that is included here. I would want it removed unless one of my council members wants to identify a specific block or street.
I would definitely want to, have Enterprise Avenue in there.
Okay.
And as far as the Roebling Economic Development, it should be stated the Roebling Complex.
Okay. So, Mr. Collins, so the first line there on page 18, permitted uses, can you say only or restricted to Enterprise Avenue and the Roebling Avenue complex?
Okay, the Roebling Avenue complex, is that in the Enterprise Avenue area redevelopment plan? Or is that in the Roebling
Avenue? One clarification, it's not the Roebling Avenue complex, it's the Roebling complex.
I understand. I
Roebling
understand.
Avenue is further down.
I understand what the Roebling complex is with the shopping markets and everything else.
Excuse me, I need everybody to mute themselves while Mr. Collins is speaking. Thank you.
Okay, so
Go ahead, Mr.
my question is this. Is the Roebling complex, okay, where all the shops are and everything, and the dunk, all that stuff, is that in the enterprise area or is that in the Roebling complex plan?
Roebling complex.
Okay, so we're not touching
Roebling.
enterprise, right? Okay, so you want to. My question is, you want to limit this to the Roebling complex only?
Yes.
Okay, so I would have to actually. I'll ask the gentleman who drafted this and the legislative council to give me the proposed language because I don't want to mess. I don't want to mess.
So, Mr. Condon, I wanted Mr. Bridges to weigh in on this.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bridges?
Yes, Council Vice President. Would you like me to weigh on?
Would you please weigh in on this?
I'm sure I understand what I'm weighing in on. I heard a question, was the Roebling complex same as Enterprise Avenue? The answer is no, but I'm confused on what we're doing here.
Okay, these are my amendments. No one needs to be weighing in unless it's a council member here. So, Section 18.
Ms. Vaughn, I can ask anybody to speak that I choose to.
Wait a minute. Not to my amendments, you can't.
Yes, she can, ma'am.
The attorneys have to weigh in any.
Well, of course. I was not speaking of the attorneys.
Move along.
So again, do I have the floor to put forth my amendments?
Right. She asked Mr. Bridges the legal question, though, ma'am.
Okay. So back to page 18, section 2. That should say Enterprise Avenue only, and the Roebling complex only.
Okay, so you want to limit it, so you don't want to limit it to the Enterprise Avenue redevelopment plan. You only want it to say Enterprise Avenue.
But that's what it says right now. Exactly. Only Enterprise Avenue. That's a separate area. Enterprise Avenue is it's off of Mulberry Street. It's not part of the Robley Complex redevelopment plan.
Okay, so I get that. So you want to remove the Enterprise Avenue redevelopment plan in its entirety?
Yes.
And add the verbiage Enterprise Avenue.
Enterprise Avenue only.
So let me just get the language down. Mr. Bridges, for her proposed amendment, do you think just because of the amended, it says amend the following redevelopment area plans, enterprise, the way I would read it is enterprise area redevelopment plan, because it's a section that is about redevelopment area plans, and then just add, after cultivation and manufacturing, add on Enterprise Avenue only, is basically what the councilwoman wants.
I'll be candid with you. I'd have to look at that in much more detail. You're talking about a redevelopment plan, permitted land use, and I would have to go back and grasp as to what that applies. I wouldn't be comfortable giving a definitive answer on that at this juncture.
Okay, I have no choice to move forward. I have an amendment on the floor. So how do you want to amend it? She wants to remove Enterprise Avenue area redevelopment plan entirely and add language in. So I could either do it one of two ways. I can add it to the back of the language to limit it to on Enterprise Avenue only, or I could just remove that whole section and just put Enterprise Avenue. Which one would you prefer?
I would prefer leaving it the way it is and letting the committee decide where it's going to go. I just can't sit here and tell you definitively either way, not trying to be obstreperous to Ms. Vaughn's desires, but I can't sit and give legal opinion.
Mr. Pelosi, can you offer an amendment for Mrs. Vaughn's language? Can you offer language for Ms. Vaughn's amendment? Because I need language.
Mr. Kaloji?
I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, this ordinance exceeding 20-some pages, it was drafted by Mr. Bridges, and even though he and I have spent a lot of time going over it, I've got to defer to his view of it, at least on these types of issues, because this is what he shepherded through. He followed it through the planning board, et cetera.
Okay.
So if he's not in a position to make a call on it, I'm not going to be able to.
Council Chair, I need somebody to give me the proposed amended language. I'm not going to, so please.
Well, I'm going to tell you, we're going to follow the same language that Councilman Blakely put forward when specifying specific streets. We cannot say broadly to allow cannabis.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Okay, thank you.
I'll mirror his, the way you said. So this would be only, so it would, thank you very much, ma'am. So it would amend, let me just put this in here. The next section 2. Okay, so this would read now, Enterprise Avenue area.
No, just Enterprise Avenue only.
Well, I'm amending it the same way.
Okay, very good. Okay, I got you.
The same exact way that Mr. Blakely's was amended.
Yep,
Mr. Khan, do we got to vote on that?
We do, but I have to get her amendment on the record first, then in a second, then we'll vote on it.
Councilman, you need to get through the chair to speak. We're not going to have this back and forth. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
So Enterprise Avenue Area Redevelopment Plan, because that comprises many streets and they're residential streets. So did someone put this in here that wanted all of that area, Mulberry Street and Flag Avenue and those places in this plan?
So, Councilwoman, there's a lot of those streets where they can't possibly build a cultivation plan.
Well, again,
It's
if
mostly
we're gonna,
residential. Yeah.
okay, so just say Enterprise Avenue.
Yeah, so it says only, just add it on the back end, only along Enterprise Avenue is what your amendment is.
That is correct, for cultivation and manufacturing.
The second part of that being it's the same paragraph would be the Roebling Complex.
No, the second one is Route 1 Industrial Area Development Plan.
Well, I'm saying this your second
That's
amendment is this the second part of this amendment to this paragraph would be Roebling Complex redevelopment plan as it reads, and then in the end only in the Roebling Complex.
Well, hold off on that because it's the next. If you look at the next line items, we'll get to the Roebling Complex. The next one is the Route 1 Industrial Area Development Plan.
Okay.
Okay, that's a broad area as well that includes many residential streets.
But
So-
then again, women, they can't, there's only certain areas down there.
Well, what are those areas? Well, define those areas, Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson, right? Because you got residential streets in those areas. The way it reads now, those residents will be impacted. So which streets within that fall in the Route 1 area should we have dispensaries on?
I don't have the layout in front of me, so.
So, Mr. Since I'm the only one that's reading them, so on the Route 1 Industrial Area Development Plan, let's just do along the Route 1 business area. I mean, it's the business road. There's nothing there right now, but it's in need of development. And it's only slated for cultivation and manufacturing anyways.
You will want it only along Route 1.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so only along Route 1.
Non-residential streets.
On
Non-residential streets. Okay. And then the next one. All right, so that's that one. The next one, it's noted here, is the Roebling Complex Redevelopment Plan. The Roebling Complex Redevelopment Plan. Again, that is part of the Hamilton Greenwood Historic District, Greenwood Avenue, Hudson Street, South Clinton Avenue. Do we want all those streets impacted? We want all those streets to be able to be permitted for dispensaries? No, so we're gonna say Roebling Complex only. In the Roebling Complex, what street are they on?
South Clinton Avenue.
Yep.
South Clinton Avenue between Hamilton and Dye Street.
Thank you.
And that is a commercial area there between Hamilton and Dye is a commercial area.
Thank you.
I think an overarching suggestion that may alleviate a lot of this back, but why don't we just add to those sections to commercial locations only? Map out. You can just put commercial areas only.
You're breaking up, Mr. Bridges.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm in trans. I said we should just put on those locations, commercial areas only, not residential, instead of trying to carve it out like this because you may be carving out some location. Just be specific. It's a couple words. Limited to commercial locations only.
Okay, that's
Non-residential. Yep. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we want to vote on this, Council President, Vice President?
Yes.
A minute.
So I have a question, Mr. Bridges. You're suggesting that we leave it as is, but add in there commercial areas only?
Correct.
Mr. Bridges, can I suggest also adding industrial because the cultivation specifically said.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Good catch.
So I just want to clarify that.
Agree with that, Ms. Vaughn?
That's fine, so long as the residential streets are excluded.
So we don't have to do all of this verbiage. We can just change and add it into what was originally there to commercial and
That's what
industrial
I'm doing
zones
now.
only.
And I highlight it in red, so in commercial, hold on, let me see. Rogan Public, Section B,
Madam Vice President?
Yes,
May
Councilman.
I have a comment on the Roblin complex? You know that across the street where building 2 or whatever they call that whole section is vacant there. That could be cultivation or whatever, because so we should not exclude it.
Oh yeah, those warehouses.
Remember those the Roblin, the vacant part of Roblin complex.
Well, with the comments that are being made based on what the attorney, Mr. Bridges stated, it will not exclude it because he said all industrial and commercial areas.
Zones, yeah.
So, Mr. Bridges, I'm just adding at the end of that rolling complex redevelopment plan, and such dispensaries and cultivation facilities being allowed in commercial or industrial areas only.
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn, is that acceptable to you, man, for your language?
Yes, and I just want to say again for that section, there's a whole section here that somebody copied and pasted here. It says conditional uses generally dispensary is permitted within major retail areas of the cultivation within other areas while existing industrial structures are to remain. Design of such facility must be positioned to generate an inclusive environment aimed to promoting health and wellness. I don't understand where does that apply to?
You guys are screwing this up seriously. Hold on a second. Council Vice President?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I'm in the midst of my amendment here. The section there. I know, but you don't.
Mr. Harrison, hold on. Go ahead,
Okay.
Councilwoman.
Okay. So this section here talks about promoting health and wellness. Is that belong in this area? Like, shouldn't that be in the other section of evaluation? Shouldn't that be in the section of evaluation? I mean, there's no relevance as to why that is in this section. This section is about permitted uses. So why do we have that language there?
That would be for the lawyers to answer, ma'am, the other ones are expected.
Primarily because that's where the folks that help have this put it, but if it needs to be removed, if it makes more sense to go in another section, that's fine as well. It doesn't substantially or materially change this at all. But if you think it makes better sense to go somewhere else, I'm happy to look.
Well, I think it's a good,
Can I just say something, Councilwoman? I believe that pertains to these facilities have to comply with the law as far as odor and all of that. I mean, so that it doesn't affect the surrounding areas.
Yeah, so why isn't that?
I would suggest even leaving it in there.
No, place it over in valuation where Mr. Blakely placed over the obligation of those dispensaries to adhere to labor laws and practices.
The only problem with that,
To cultivation, Mr. Bridges, this is also pertaining to cultivation plans, that they have to be strict with the admissions of cultivation plants, which affects the health and wellness, because there are communities near those industrial zones.
But so why is it only applying to the rolling complex development plan? Shouldn't it be applied to all the plans?
You're right, it should.
So how do we do
It
that?
should, absolutely.
It should apply to all of the plans, not just to the Robley
Right.
Complex redevelopment.
That should be its own individual paragraph for everything.
So where should we put that? I would say that's my take on it. Evaluation, the same, make a J, make a K, where Councilman Blakely placed the labor laws.
That's what I was just going to suggest. So, is that part of your amendment, ma'am?
Operations. I would probably put down operations because the evaluation process, by the time they're violating any of these or not living up to quality standards, it's too late. They're licensed and they're operating. So I would put that.
Where do you want it, Mr. Bridges?
I would put it down in the operations with respect to the rules that they have to follow. It's closer to the fines area. I would play.
Take a look. Let me take a look. Now, let me put this up on the screen. Okay, that's all the way back. Let's go up here.
Would that be page 14, maybe? '14 and 15.
Yep, okay. Council,
Go ahead.
yeah. Well, could you bring that back up, Mr. Collin? What you had, you were doing?
This here?
Right. Because it says Enterprise Avenue redevelopment plan. My thing is, there's commercial property there too. Why are we changing all this? I thought we're limiting opportunities for cannabis. This is, you know what I mean? There, Route 1, the Robley Complex. We were going from 5 to 10. Now we're reducing the size.
No, this is about the cultivation plants in the industrial and commercial zones.
Limitation cannabis identity, license authority, effectiveness, application, evaluation is the Robin thought it should be.
I think it's page 14, I'm not sure, 14 or 15.
Well, Mr. Bridges says put it in operations. He didn't say put it in valuation.
Yeah, I'm looking for the clause that he's took in operation of multiple cannabis businesses at a single location. I'm looking for the section called operations. I don't see it, and that's. Mr. Bridges, can you give me a narrower area? Sanctions and penalties. Okay, so here's sanctions and penalties. Here is additional requirements, no harm to public health or safety, welfare. So under prevention of emissions and disposal of materials, cannabis consumption areas, where do you want to put it?
Well, they have requirements applicable to all cannabis businesses.
Where in the?
20. That's page 14, 146-27.
Gotcha, 146-27. So you want to add, okay, there we go. So it would be added as a subsection, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It'd be added as a section 16, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
I
let's do,
think so.
Yep, I agree.
okay, so
Yep.
let's take this out. Okay, so
But we all agree with Enterprise Avenue for that. And then, right.
Whoever's speaking, they need to mute themselves. That's
Excuse me. Okay, so it'd be subsection 16 on to 127, 146-27. And it would be removing design as such. Okay.
Excuse me, Councilwoman, would that go under 14622, the application?
please, let Mr. Please don't, you can't speak. I'm sorry. We got your message. Mr. Conlon's working on it right now.
Okay, Ms. Vaughn, do you want to do these as separate amendments or collective amendments?
It could be collective because West Bridges put a general statement that these are all industrial and commercial zones, right? For the most part, with some residential areas. So I was just concerned that the residential areas should not be impacted, at least until we have forums. But right now, the cultivation and manufacturing should be restricted to the commercial industrial areas, and that's what it reads now, right?
Yeah, hold on one second. Let me just go back here and do this. Okay, now it'll work. Okay, so let me go over the whole amendment. It hasn't been seconded yet. We'll take care of that in a second. First is amending Section 2, amending the following redevelopment area plans on the first part of Enterprise Avenue. We're going to add the language only along Enterprise Avenue. On the second Route 1 industrial area, it's going to add the language only along Route 1 on non-residential streets. On the Robin complex, going to delete the design facility language for the industrial areas. Going to add a new section 15 to 146-27, and at the back of it, it'll say the add the language such dispensaries and cultivation facilities are allowed in commercial or industrial areas or industrial streets only. I believe you said streets.
But also, residential. What do you got? Industrial.
No, we were
right. No, you had it right.
We were going to leave, Mr. Conlon, I thought we were going to leave the language of the redevelopment plan and just put in industrial and commercial zones only.
Right. So so such dispensaries and cultivation facilities are allowed in commercial and industrial areas only. Correct. That was correct. Okay. So that and the language that's being removed and added, it'll say design of, and this should actually be amended a little bit. Design of industrial facilities. Design of or an industrial facility must be positioned to generate.
I believe that pertains to all of them, to control the odor and all of that.
Right, the design of any facility?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I agree. you were going to put that in the other section, right?
Yeah,
Mr. Collins?
but that language had just to be cleaned up a little bit. So, design of any facility must be positioned to generate an inclusive environment aimed at promoting health, wellness, and economic opportunity through training, mentoring, educational facilities in collaboration with institutions of higher learning, or an approved curriculum through Cannabis Regulatory Commission as agreed with the required redevelopment agreement. Is that what you guys want?
Yes.
Is that, that's your amendment? Okay. So, Mr. Kaloji, Mr. Bridges, you all have any problems with this?
I have problems because we're very changes. But I
Mr.
will
Bridges,
say,
you're breaking up.
everybody,
Mr. Bridges, you're breaking up.
I said I understand. I'm trying not to break up. I'm fine with these provisions, but I will say we are now making some pretty wholesale changes, and I fear that if we continue down this path, that we are changing the entire ordinance of it, and that we probably with
Mr. Kaloji?
Yeah, I echo Mr. Bridges' sentiments. You know, the goal here is not to redo this whole ordinance now. It's never going to be perfect from everybody's standpoint. So if we're going to get this passed by the deadline, we're going to have to basically, you know, rein in every potential issue.
Okay.
So
Well, that's all. This is in line with what Mr. Blakely did with the downtown. So I don't understand why we all of a sudden we don't want to change these other areas.
I can answer that question.
So Councilwoman, Mr. Bridges, Councilwoman, do you have any more amendments?
Yes, I do. So,
is it on this particular paragraph, or do you?
No, it's all done, right?
Okay, so do you want to vote on this amendment first, as it involves the same provision, and then move to the next amendment? Okay, so let me, I do have a motion by Ms. Vaughn for amendment number 5 to add only along Enterprise Avenue on the first paragraph of section 2, amending the redevelopment area plans, adding only along Route 1 and on non-residential streets to the Route 1 paragraph, and adding such dispensaries and cultivation facilities are allowed in commercial or industrial areas only, and deleting the middle design portion and adding that as a section 16 under section 146-27. Do I have a second to this motion?
Second.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
You may move the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson's calling for the move of the vote. This is amendment number 5 as read into the record. Offered by Ms. Vaughn, second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I'll now call the roll.
No.
Mr. Blakely votes no. Mr. Harrison?
No.
Mr. Harrison votes no. Mr. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Michelle votes no. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes, we see it's a political game now we're playing.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
You want to play the political game? Okay. With the ordinance? Jarrell Blakely?
Fails by a vote.
Yes.
Councilwoman.
Yes. Yes. Everyone would play the political game. Okay. My next amendment is on page 10. Page 10. Number 9. Page 10, where it says number 3, of the members of the committee, no member shall be affiliated with or related to a New Jersey adult use cannabis business or medical cannabis establishment or prospective licensee, but all shall be resident or business owner of the city within the past 5 years.
Paragraph 3. I got you.
Yes.
Okay.
No, there should not be any person on the committee that's not a resident and that's not a business owner of the city. Take out within the past 5 years.
Okay, so this is section 146-23.
So my understanding is if a business owner, a person will be eligible, the way this reads right now, a person would be eligible to sit on the licensee authority, the local licensee authority, that is for the governance of the city of Trenton's cannabis industry. There's not a board in our city, ABC or otherwise, that permits a person who's not a business owner or a resident of the city to sit on our boards. So I think that should be applied here and take that 5 years off. If you owned a business 5 years ago, you don't own one now, then you should not be permitted to serve on that authority.
Board standards, so I don't think this affects the substantive aspects of the ordinance.
Okay. Anybody has any comments? You want to move the vote, Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes, sure, go ahead.
I have amendment number 6 offered by Ms. Vaughn, which is to remove within the past 5 years from the end of paragraph, which is at section 146-20, paragraph 3. Do I have a second to the amendment?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. And now call the vote.
We can't hear you.
Come back to me.
Mr. Blakely wants to be passed.
We need to move the vote.
We are, ma'am. I have a motion by Ms. Vaughn, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I'll call the vote. Mr. Blakely is asked to be passed. Mr. Harrison?
No.
Harrison votes no. Mr. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Michelle votes no. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes yes. Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes yes. Mr. Blakely?
No.
Mr. Blakely votes no. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Caldwell-Wilson votes yes. The amendment fails by a vote of 3-3.
Let's do page 10 and 11. Okay, we talked about the number of permits, right? Diversity in the number of permits. So I would want added to this clause in the application that that the applicant must comply with the residency law 2-95.
What page?
My only question is
Go ahead.
That
Who
won't
is
work
that?
from a
No,
legal
Miss
perspective.
Vaughn, you're not running the meeting. Who wants to speak?
I mean, I'm doing my amendments now.
I know, but someone interrupted you. And you
That
should-
was
I would
Wes.
just spell out what you want to say, because the residency law has a lot of things in it, and it's generally applicable to just city employees. So what do you mean by?
Okay,
comply?
No, the residency law does not
I
just
appreciate it if everybody would stop referring to me by my first name on here. I show you guys respect. Everybody's been referring to me by my first name. I'd appreciate it if you cut that out.
Excuse me, Mr. Bridges, please just don't jump in and start talking.
Okay.
Okay,
I would just. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Pelodri, would you finish what you were saying?
I'm sorry, I thought I heard Ms. Vaughn indicate she wanted it subject to the residency law. By that, I interpreted our ordinance, and that's generally applicable to employees. I thought it would be better if we just spell out what exactly do you mean when you say you want it applicable to the residency law. You want the what? The vendors
to be... we are attempting to pass this ordinance with 10 dispensaries. And I agreed with that, only with the contingency that I could get what I want applied. Otherwise, I will not be voting for 10 dispensaries. So the 10 dispensaries need to be allocated to at least 50% to represent the residents of the city or the population of the city. 50% must go to the residents of the city. And that's what I would like to be part of the application process. So when they apply for the dispensary, they must be able to show evidence that they are a resident of the city or own a business in the city.
Well, I can't tell you that that would pass muster if somebody challenged it. I mean, it may, but certainly because this is a statewide statute that, it's a comprehensive scheme to regulate cannabis, and it allows municipalities some leeway. I don't know if you'll get away with saying that, half of the people have to be Trenton residents.
And African American. And African American.
Oh, no, I definitely tell you not to do that.
Okay. So the population of people, we have heard from the residents and we have heard across this country that this law has legalizing marijuana, and the population of people that has been disproportionately impacted by criminalizing this are the least likely. Can somebody please mute themselves, please? So the populations that have been disproportionately impacted by the criminalization of marijuana are the population that should benefit the most. So how do we ensure that the population that is largely African American here in the city of Trenton benefits and profits unless we don't put laws in place in our municipality to ensure that they are advantaged or take priority in some way? Otherwise, all 10 of those licenses will not go to Trentonians and or the residents of the city or the taxpayers and or the population that largely is Trenton African Americans. So how do we represent that in this ordinance, Mr. Kaloji?
Well, all I can tell you is that I don't know whether the law would sustain it, whether a judge would agree. As usual, you make very good common sense arguments, but I've been saying for 38 years, the law doesn't always follow in common sense. In many cases, it doesn't. So I think we're going to have to rely upon in the licensing process, the totality of the criteria should enable the people on that board to make appropriate decisions as to who should be licensed. But, to put this in black and white, all I want to tell you for the record is I can't give you any guarantee that it's going to stand up. I don't want anybody coming back to me in a year or more saying, hey, why'd we do it that way? The lawyers didn't tell us that it would be a problem. I believe it could be a problem. I'll defer to Mr. Bridges' opinion as well.
So, before you say anything, Mr. Bridges, I just want to reference you to on page 11, paragraph 2. It says, in the application process, the applicant shall submit an affidavit and documentary proof of compliance with all state and local laws regarding affirmative action, anti-discrimination, and fair employment practices. The applicant shall also certify under the oath that they will not and shall not discriminate based on race, color, religion, creed, gender, etc., etc. Now, if they are going to, they must abide in their application that they are affirmative action compliant, then I'm just asking what we do generally in our municipality is to give the residents of this city priority, not preference, priority over any outside entity or individual. So we're going to give, so how do we ensure that the 10 licenses or even the 5 licenses go to the residents inside the city of Trenton and or the impacted population?
The impacted population is two distinct things. If you're talking about set asides and diversity, that's one thing. If you're talking about giving preference to city residents to get access to these applications over non-city residents, that's a violation of the New Jersey State Constitution, United States Constitution. You can't do that. But what we attempted to do in here with respect to the certification of making
show
sure...
me the act in the Constitution that violates, Mr. Bridges. To give residents a priority. We do that with the residency law.
you do that with a residency law with your employment, not with respect to running a business. Equal protection.
No. We're giving applications. We're giving
You
applications.
cannot say that 50% of the applications have to go to Trenton residents. It is illegal.
Okay, but that's not in the Constitution, Mr. Bridges. That's not in the Constitution. Maybe it can be challenged, like Mr. Kaloji stated, but it's not in the Constitution today.
It can be challenged on state and federal constitution.
But you said it was in the Constitution, and I asked you for this. I asked you. You stated, sir. You said it was in the Constitution. And I want to know the statute. I want to know the section of the Constitution that would have stated. So I'm going to defer to Mr. Kaloji. Mr. Kaloji, can you tell us the section of the Constitution that it's stated there?
There's certainly an equal protection argument to be made, and there's nothing that's going to sustain a municipality's ability. It would be like saying that the only people who can apply for bicycle licenses can be Trenton residents, or the only people that apply for any type of license. I don't believe the law would sustain it. I'm just giving you some cautionary advice. I don't want you to do it, and then it gets struck down, and then come back and say that, we didn't give you appropriate advice. I think it would be difficult. I'm not saying it's not a wonderful idea. I'm not see Trenton residents get, priority.
All right. I'm gonna end the conversation. Mr. Council President, Vice President.
You can Google equal protection law.
Well, I'm going to. That's not what, Ms. West. I'm not talking to you anymore. Mr. Bridges, I asked, and you were not able to answer my question. Mr. Kaloji answered my question. So all I want to say to my amendment, my suggestion amendment, is that I don't know how, with the 10 licenses, I had held a conversation with the mayor. And when we talked about the 10 licenses, potentially how we can get women and minority and people of color at least a percentage of these licenses, because it will be grossly, talk about social justice and social equity and economic equity. It would be, we don't have anything in this ordinance that will give those marginalized and disenfranchised populations an end to this industry. Now I'm asking two attorneys that are on this call, how do I insert that into this ordinance?
I'll give you an answer now. I don't believe you can insert it in the ordinance, but I believe what you're trying to achieve is it's going to be obtained in a reverse fashion. The people involved cannot discriminate. They cannot violate any state or federal affirmative action laws, regulations, etc. So the fact that they are not able to take any adverse action against these people, you're right, it doesn't guarantee them a seat at the table, but on the other hand, it certainly guarantees them that they have a shot at getting at the table like everybody else, and that they can't be turned down for some spurious reason.
Well, I would think that this is our municipality. So I will say this, and I will end it. This is the city of Trenton. This is my. All right, 1 second, Mr. Councilman Rodriguez. This is our municipality. If anybody wants a shot at the table, it should be Trentonians. Any of those individuals who want to apply for licenses in the city of Trenton, go apply in their own municipality. So there has to be a way to ensure that Trentonians are able to get into this market. And it's through their council that will be able to, where we can advantage them to do so. So here we go. We walk away and we pass this ordinance, and the 10 dispensaries and all the owners are non-residents. All the money will go outside this city. There will be no economic development. There will be no jobs for Trentonians as usual. So again, I want this ordinance to have a clause that says Trentonians, residents of the city, business owners of the city, get a percentage of those licenses. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Point of clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yes, I'm looking
Go ahead,
at
Mr. Rodriguez.
adopted rules from New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission today, 8/19. Still doesn't have the specifics. Probably the attorneys could go into that because they are discussing exactly what Ms. Bond is saying. It says, one section says, equity in the rules, priority review for applications from target groups, focus on market access for diverse entrepreneurs. So that is going to be covered by the state rules. I don't know what, at the beginning I said this is unfair because we are discussing this without revising those rules from the state, the regulation. The regulatory commission is meeting today. So we have to check into that area because I believe Ms. Bond is absolutely correct. And it's not going to be against the state law because the state is discussing exactly what Ms. Bond is saying. So if the attorneys could get that into that, he said, adopted rules from New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission today, 8/19. I couldn't get to it because I'm not an expert in this electronic stuff, but they are discussing the same thing that Ms. Bond is bringing up right today. So we should probably, before we end this meeting, we could get something from that, or prior to the 21st. Tomorrow we'll get something to that, and we could add what Ms. Bond is saying. If what Ms. Bond is saying is against the law, then we'll strip it. But if it's correct, we add those clauses that she's talking about. That's my point of clarification.
Council Chairman, I have a serious issue I need to ask the law department, just real quick. Go ahead. As well. This is with regard to the First Amendment. The First Amendment allowed the number of distributors to go from 5 to 15. I understand that, but under Section 146-21, 2, there is a section there that says issuance of municipal permits, no more than so many permits shall be issued. Should we amend that section as well, 1? And 2, there's an issue actually in the existing verbiage. If you look here, it says Class 1 through Class 4, no limit. And then it says Class 1 is cannabis cultivator, Class 2 is cannabis manufacturer, Class 3 is cannabis wholesaler, and then Class 4 is cannabis distributor. And under Class 4, it then also says immediately after no limit, it says cannabis distributor 0. So I need clarification on that with regard to Mr. Blakely's amendment, if that number should in fact be 0, because the line right above it actually conflicts and says no limit. Then below it says 0. And with regard to, I just want to make sure that Mr. Blakely's amendment is not otherwise superseded by another section of this ordinance, and that we're getting everything. And I'm particularly concerned about this paragraph 2, where it actually specifically goes through and gives a classification chart limiting them. 1, there's a conflict within the chart itself because it says Class 1 through Class 4. Once again, no limit, and then it says Class 4 0. That's a conflict. And then 2, should we amend this for the number of licenses allowed, where we went from 5 to 15? Because here it says 5. I don't know if that affects it. I just wanted to point that out and turn it over to the lawyers.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon. Mr. Bridges?
President, yes.
Bridges?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Council President. Yes, that should be revised. Just one point of clarification. We went from 5 to 10, or was it 5 to 15?
I will get that for you in a second. I think we did. I'll tell you in a second. We went to 5 to
10.
10.
Yes,
I thought it was 10.
Yeah, they should be reflected as such, yes.
Okay, so just real quick, and just for the point, and I'm going to need I guess I'll need a member to offer this. But if I am in fact correct, on the page, it would be page 11, where it says Class 1 through Class 4, that should that still be no limit? And then where it says Class 4, what should that change to? And then class 5, if you can give me those numbers. I don't want to insert them. I think that's up to you guys. And should the conflict between class 1 and class 4 and class 4 on the second line, how do you want to remedy that? Do you want to delete it? Just let me know. Take a look at it and let me know.
Give me some time to take a look at it. I'll get right back to you.
Okay, and in the meantime, do you mind if we move on to other council amendments?
Oh, no,
Council Vice President?
I don't have any more.
Councilwoman Vaughn, hold on. Who was that, Mr. Harrison?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bridges, I would like you to explain what a set-aside is.
Well, Mr. Harrison, let's get over with this issue first, and then we can get him to answer that. Mr. Conlon, are we moving on until he comes back with an answer?
Yeah, Mr. Bridges wants some time to work out that language on 146-21. So do any other members have amendments to propose to the floor? If not, we'll wait on Mr. Bridges for that amendment.
We can have maybe Mr. Kalaja can answer Mr. Harrison's question about the set-asides.
I heard the question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Well, set-aside programs, that's a generic term for the allocation of a certain percentage of contracts or things like that to a certain class or a certain group of people. It's a very generic term. For example, the local public contracts law has a provision in there when we're talking about contracts given out by a municipality or by a public entity. To my knowledge, there is nothing in this ordinance that in any way referred to anything like that. I'm just bringing that up.
Thank you, Mr. Kalaja. Did you get your answer, Mr. Harrison?
Well, originally there's 10 with the planning board, and there could have been 3 set-asides. But
Well, I just point out there is language in subsection I of the criteria that gives the committee a lot of latitude in considering, among other things, diversity, et cetera. So, again, a lot of these things there may be a way to backdoor it.
Hello?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Bridges, is that you? Mr. Bridges, was that you calling for me?
Mr. Bridges?
Okay, I think at this juncture, if no more members have any questions or debate, we're just waiting on Mr. Bridges.
Council Vice President,
Mr. Harrison?
could we do an amendment that includes the stretch of East State Street from North Clinton to Wall Street?
You can put forth any amendment you choose.
There you go.
But we're not finished with Ms. Bond's amendment yet.
She did say she was done, ma'am.
It's finished, yeah.
Okay. So
Okay,
do you want to put amendment? So where do you want to put that amendment?
Well, it would be one of the...
I'm sorry. Essentially, what you're asking, I think, is to amend the thing we previously amended, where we said East State Street between Warren and Hogan, and you want to include another section there. Is that correct, sir?
Right, correct.
Well, there's a school on East State Street, so I don't know where you want to take it to.
Sorry, Mr. Collin, my connection was disconnected. I'm sorry.
You're fine, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second, Mr. Harris.
It's from East State Street, stretch of East State Street from North Clinton to Wall Street.
You said Wall Street?
Wall Street, yes.
So much for 2 per ward.
Uh,
So he's amending the amendment?
Yes, it's permissible. You can amend the amendment. Okay, so, we can figure that out. Mr. Harris is, I have a motion to amend, the Canal Banks redevelopment plan that we discussed earlier, by Mr. Harrison, to include North Clinton to Wall Street, for the East State Street portion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle.
You can move the vote.
Okay, we'll now call the roll for the vote. This is for amendment number 7. Mr. Blakely.
No.
Mr. Blakely votes no. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
No.
Caldwell-Wilson, I'm sorry, and I called you for earlier, man, but if you, Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
The amendment fails by a vote of 3-3 with Council President McBride being absent.
Mr. Bridges, are you ready for us yet?
Yes, thank you. My apologies again. My connection with this was cut
Okay.
off. For class 1 I through IV, there's no limit. That's correct. The cannabis distributor, that should be also no limit. And then class cannabis retailer, including micro retailers, that should go from 5 to 10 based on 5 to 10 based on the vote on the amendments.
Okay, and we're going to take that as a clerical error. That should have read no limit from the very beginning.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Kaloji, that's all right? You agree? That's all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because with the other amendments weren't substantive. Just want to, you've been asking for both, so we're doing that. Okay, so I'm going to put the amendment together real quick, if you just bear with me. And then council, the chair can do it, or another council member can do it. This will be amendment number 7. Or number 8. Okay, so we're changing, class 1 through class 4 is correct. Class 4 should be changed to no limit. Class 5 should be changed to 10, and class 6 is fine the way it is. Correct, sir? Mr. Bridges?
Sorry, I'm having, I got a slow
No,
mute
I
button.
hear it in the background. It's all right. I just wanted to go over them with you one more time, just so we're changing on the chart. It's class 1 to class 4, no limit. That was correct. Class 4 cannabis distributor, no limit. Class 5 cannabis retailer, including micro-business retailers, 10, and Class 6 cannabis delivery will remain at 2. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay, so do I have a motion to introduce this to the record?
So moved.
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
Second.
and I have a second by Mr. Harris.
Second.
Amendment number 8, this will be to change the chart on, under section 146-21, under class 4, to change cannabis distributor. Actually, Mr. Bridges, should we just delete that section because class 1 through class 4 is already no limit? So we should actually just delete that, correct? The second class 4 line. Which would achieve the same purpose. So this is a motion to delete the second class 4 line where it says 0 and leave it at no limit under the first one, and under class 5 to change that number per Mr. Blakely's earlier amendment to 10. I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, a second by Mr. Harrison. Madam, would you like me to would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, please.
This is amendment number 7, or I'm sorry, amendment number 8. Wilson, second Harrison. Call the roll, Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Blakely votes yes. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison votes yes. Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes no. Council President McBride is absent. Ms. Caldwell, Council Chair.
Yes.
The amendment carries by a vote of 5-1 with one member absent. Are there any other amendments from council members?
Hearing none, Mr. Conlon, move the vote on the ordinance.
Yes, and this was, now I do have one thing. This was sponsored by Council President McBride initially. She's not here to make her motion, Madam Chair, but I'd like the indulgence to, I'll have to take a motion from another member, but this was her ordinance. I'd like to put this in her name with your indulgence. Is that acceptable to the chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Conlon.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a motion for the final adoption of ordinance 21-017 as amended with the 8 amendments? Madam, would you like me to move to the vote, or would you like me to add them into the record?
Please.
Once I have a motion.
Move to the vote, yeah.
Okay, do I have a motion to introduce?
So moved.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Blakely.
Second.
Do I have a second? I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. This is for the adoption of 21-017 as amended with the amendments that did pass. I will call roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Blakely votes aye. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison votes aye. Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle votes aye. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes aye. Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn votes nay. Council Chairman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Council Chair votes yes. Council President McBride is absent. Resolution 21-017 is adopted by a vote of 5-1 with one member absent as amended. Mr. Bridges. Thank you. Ordinance 21-017.
That was one member absent and one member voting no.
Yeah, I have that. It's 5-1 with one member absent, ma'am. I did record that at the record. As amended on the floor, Mr. Bridges, I will get the amendments to you by email very shortly. If we could have that document, I know you have to submit this to the state by the 21st. And I had asked council leadership to be prepared to sign this as soon as possible tomorrow sometime. So somebody will be available to sign and we can get it out. I just need the amendments from the law department. I'll forward them to your attention here by email shortly. There being no further business, madam, would you like a motion? Would you like to entertain a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Cole Wilson to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Michelle. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Any opposed? So ordered. We
Thank
are
you,
adjourned at
everybody.
4:45 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you, there will be several public forums coming up. The public forums are being shown here. There will be an advertisement in the newspaper, and we're going to send it out and post it on the website as well at City Hall. So if you want to attend any of these public forums, they will be, once again, advertised very shortly. And there may or may not be additions to this schedule. We'll let you know. Thank you very much for coming tonight. And please, if you're not already home, get home safe.
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
Thank you, ma'am.